introduce you. Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to start with the recitations, and then we'll have our introductory note and the welcome note from Dr. Gloria Calib.
Today's recitation is taken from the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, 13 to 16 verses. You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand and it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. These are the words of God. Amen.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض وإن تبدوا ما في أنفسكم أو تخفوه يحاسبكم به الله فيغفر لمن يشاء ويعذب من يشاء والله على كل شيء قدير.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I welcome all the respected guests, some of whom are arriving. There's a rush outside. Dr. Rahat has just arrived as well. Our worthy speakers, our students, the most important people, why we're here today. And a big thank you to our Associate Vice Rector, Dr. Gloria Calib, who's here to give our welcome address today. I welcome you all to the fourth conference by the Department of Sociology, Forman Christian College University. I thank you for joining us again, all of you, those who are online, those who are in person, those who will be watching the recording later on. And I hope that this is a learning opportunity for all of us to make Pakistan a more tolerant and an equitable nation. Interestingly, the history of the term marginalized came in the 1970s from the United States, and it was used to describe the experiences of those who don't live on the mainstream of society, but rather on the fringes. And it was used to describe people who were systematically excluded from participation in life across different structures. And with time, it shifted to not just including people, just individuals and people, but also representing groups and cultures. Discussants agreed that the research for marginalized populations has to be region specific. Every nation, every community has to focus on developing their own understanding and definition, and then also recognizing its own marginalized populations. So that's one of the main reasons why we're here today and why we're organizing this conference for so many years. Last year we were, because of the COVID pandemic, online, and today we're happy to be in person together. The local and worthy researchers presenting today, I'm happy to share, some of whom have been working for the last 6 to 7 years on marginalized populations. So they're speaking from a lot of experience and from a lot of heart. They're almost part of the communities that they're representing today. So today we'll be covering the Sikhs and the Christian communities, urban impoverished groups, informal workers who are deprived of employment benefits, vulnerable women groups who are deprived of legal access, and also the third gender. Now, one of the aims of our department in organizing this conference over the years has been obviously to bring awareness about marginalized population groups, but also to inspire our students. That's basically why we're here today. We want that our students also pick up and are inspired to do research on invisible and neglected population groups. That's our main aim, and that's what drives us. I'd like to acknowledge the conference team, especially Ms. Sharmeen Bano, who's been working from day one. She's done a great job. We're here today because of her, and also the Forman Sociological Society, Anwar, Mahin, the whole executive council. I'd also like to thank our dean, who's not here. He'll be here a little while later. He's not feeling well. For him and for all those who are suffering from the smog and the air quality, I'm sending out prayers for everyone. Thank you to my senior colleagues who are here, Bhatti Saab, Shabir Saab, everybody and all our guests again. I'd like to start the conference with a quote from Qaid-e-Azam. Amongst all the other things that he is, a barrister, our founding father, a statesman, he's also a sociologist, because by definition for us, sociologists are those who observe human society and then advise on recommended policy behavior and improvements and development. And one of in our conference book of abstracts, we'll be publishing the whole unabridged version of this quote and also its source and its reference. I'm going to be quoting just a small abbreviated version today. But one of his last messages for us was about the minorities. So I'm going to end with that, and then I'll request everybody to stand for the national anthem, please. So the quote reads, "If we want to make this great state of Pakistan happy and prosperous, we should wholly and solely concentrate on the well-being of the people, especially the poor and the masses. If you change your past and work together in a spirit that every one of you, no matter to what community he belongs, no matter the color, caste, or creed, is first, second, and last a citizen of the state with equal rights, privileges, and obligations, there will be no end to the progress Pakistan makes, inshallah." So thank you. I'm so happy to introduce our first, the welcome note first by Dr. Gloria Calib, please. I'm so sorry that we're running behind on time for those people who are live on Facebook. And we just need another 5-10 minutes, please.
Good morning, everyone. And I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you, those of you who are here in person and those who have joined us online as well. A very special welcome to those who are our guests today, to our students and to our senior faculty as well. I'm very pleased that today we have organized this conference on marginalized communities in Pakistan. And I'm sure that we all have experienced marginalization in some way or another, and it is a very relevant topic. And I'm glad that Dr. Sara Rizvi and her team has actually made all these efforts and have brought us all together here so that we can have some research from the local people. I was just talking to Dr. Sara before opening of this conference that a lot of time we rely on Western research. But when it comes about the marginalized population, it is very good thing that we are today going to hear from our own researchers, because if researchers are coming from West and from outside, first of all, they have to come in and they have to understand the culture, the history, and after all these layers, then they are able to penetrate into the real subject of marginalized populations. So today we have guests here, and actually we have a very diverse set of scholars here, and I would like to welcome all of you one by one. From the University of Punjab, Professor Rahla, Rahat, and Farhan Naveed and Fozia Sadaf. From LUMS, we have Dr. Aman Jaffer, who will be our first speaker. And from Canate College Women University, we have Dean of Social Sciences and Professor Masha Khan. Director, Women Development Center, Home Economics, Associate Professor Dr. Iram Rashid. So welcome to all of you and to our students as well. So the conference today is divided into 3 sessions and 12 topics. These areas cover urban spaces, gender and marginalization, Lahore condition, labor condition, security and marginalization, and religion, state and marginalization. So the main aim of the conference, as Dr. Sara Rizvi has also shared, is that marginalized population can be explored, and we can provide a platform for our local researchers who can present their primary data and to delve into the conditions and factors that contribute into the marginalization of communities. And we want to develop robust protective policy for marginalized groups, because it is not only about the reflection, but we also want to talk about a way forward, that from here, where do we want to go? And we want to inspire our local scholars and students to continue and grow the cycle of empirical research for marginalized groups. I'm very pleased that students are part of this conference and this reflection, because at FC, one of our aim is that students should also become part of research along with the faculty, and right from their undergrad programs, they will get an opportunity to look into different areas of research. So I believe that this platform is going to help our students today as well. So once again, thank you for joining us. And as I close my comments, I also want to you to reflect on our motto for a while. Our motto is that while love, serve one another. Mm-hmm. So it is not only about serving affluent communities, those who are in power, those who have some influence. It is also about serving those who are marginalized. So it is also today's reflection, I believe, is going to contribute in that as well, that how we can serve these marginalized communities. One way to serve them is to reflect and have some knowledge and research that how we can understand those communities and we can help them so that they can become part of the mainstream populations. So I believe that today's conference is going to contribute into research, and I wish you all the best for today. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gloria. Dr. Gloria is a prized possession, I would say. She's come in, though she had meetings, and she's come in to give us the welcome address for this conference, which I think is very lucky, going to be a lucky thing for us. I thank her. She might have to leave for meetings, but we are very grateful. Our first speaker today, Dr. Aman Jaffer, I was just mentioning that he's a very special guest for us because he started off our department at Forman Christian College, so he's very special for us. He's a sociologist. He's an assistant professor now at LUMS. His teaching, research, and advising interests lie in the fields of religion, urban studies, everyday life, differences in social control, social theory, political economy of waste and recycling, much needed these days, and the politics of space and infrastructure. Thank you so much. Welcome, Dr. Aman, and we're really looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Dr. Sara. It's a real pleasure. As Dr. Sara mentioned, I was part of this department for many years, have really fond and special memories. Some of my colleagues that I worked with are also present. So thank you for inviting me to be part of this. Thank you to Sharmeen also for keeping us in check and ensuring that we get all this material in time and doing everything else to make this happen. My topic today, and let me just see if this works okay, is derived from a book project that I've been working on for too many years. It's time it got finished, and hoping to get some of the feedback from here would also help me in moving forward with that. The book is largely about the social space of Sufi shrines in urban contexts, specifically in Lahore. And I'm looking at how the shrine is not just a space of religious devotion and practice, but also central to the way in which the city of Lahore is structured. And the chapter from which I'll be presenting today is examining particularly marginalized groups in the city and their relationship with Sufi shrines. Um, and I've chosen to present one of those groups today, which some of you may recognize from this photograph, are known as Pakhivas, sometimes Khana Badosh, Banjaras in some contexts as well. These are groups that have been historically organized in the form of tribes and led a nomadic lifestyle for centuries. But over the last 6, 7 decades, since the nomadic economy has collapsed, many of them have come to large cities like Lahore and have begun to settle in encampments such as the one that you see in the photograph here. It is important to note that usually, these groups are seen as some of the most vulnerable, some of the most marginal, some of the poorest groups in the city. But when I started to do research among them, I discovered that many of them actually voluntarily choose to live in these settlements. Some of them actually own property. And if they want, they can choose to live in neighborhoods and muhallas and other spaces like the rest of the city does. But they want to live a community life, which is only possible in these encampments. Their economy, as we also will see, is also very much connected to living in these kinds of settlements. So I don't see them simply as oppressed or marginalized. I also want to see them as choosing to live life in a particular kind of way and holding on to onto their culture, values, and economies, despite the many pressures that they face. Some of the pressures I think you're familiar with. So some of the names of these tribes are actually used as insults in our in our sort of exchanges. Changar, for example, is seen as a derogatory term. In 1987, there was a Criminal Tribes Act that sought to criminalize many of these groups and term their activities as inherently illegal. Within the caste system of Punjab, they are considered to be sort of outside the caste system at the very lowest level of the system. And as a result, many of them have been limited to working in waste economies, working in reclamation, in recycling, cleaning, and such similar occupations. But my interest in them started more, rather than sort of examining these aspects of their lives, I was more interested in their relationship with Sufi shrine. So what are the ways in which they use Sufi theology, Sufi concepts, and the institutions of shrines to create a full and rich life for themselves? There is, of course, a certain way in which one can read them as recent converts to Islam. In fact, some of them, tell me their own story of how Sufi Barkat Ali, whose shrine is near Faisalabad, converted about 2 generations back, converted many of their elders to Islam. And by this story, one would get a sense that they're recent converts to Islam. If one looks at their life within the Sufi shrine, they're still, in a way, at the bottom of the shrine. As we know, the caste system of Punjab also is very prevalent in shrines, and Sayyids, for example, occupy a very dominant position within it. And if you look at them only within the shrine, they seem to be also, while part of the institution, still at the bottom, still marginal to its workings. But I shifted my focus of my research to actually seeing what they do with Sufism, what they do with Sufi ideas and categories within their own communities. And that for me really revealed a much different world and a much different set of relationships regarding their connection with Sufi shrines. And I want to describe two aspects of this relationship in the time that I have remaining. The first is the question of self and identity. In many ways, this relationship is captured by one of the informants who I met during my research, Mida. This is a photograph of her younger days, in which she is holding this tong and she is posing at the shrine of Shahbaz Qalandar. Now, when I asked Mida to reflect on her relationship with Shahbaz Qalandar, she described a scene in which she is performing a dhamal, and her eyes are closed, and she visualizes that Shahbaz Qalandar is floating above her, he's flying above her. And she says that this moment are some of the most precious moments of her life. When I asked her why this was so important for her to, this memory, even she doesn't do dhamal anymore, but when she used to, she still has memories of those practices. She says that in these moments she felt that she was free. She described her life as one of social restrictions being, multiple social demands being placed on her, demands from the outside world, but demands from her own kin network, from her own community as well. But with Shahbaz Qalandar, with the memory of Shahbaz Qalandar, she was, psychically speaking, freed from these demands. Therefore, she argues or claims that when she's doing this dhamal, Shahbaz Qalandar becomes a part of her. He inhabits her body, which is what allows her to rise above everything else in her life. So this allows her to portray or to construct a very powerful identity, which may or may not be acknowledged by everyone around her, but for her is extremely dear, extremely important, and extremely significant in the way she understands who she is. Extremely significant in how she gives meaning to herself, to her identity. So I felt this was a pattern that I saw. I'm just giving an example of Mida here, but this is a pattern that I saw across many other individuals from Khana Badosh worlds as well, that they created their identity based on their relationship to Sufi saints and to Sufi shrines. Another important category, presentation. Another important category that was frequently coming up during my research was that of the Malang. Of course, I'm sure everyone here is familiar with the Malang, the figure of the Malang, the very many cultural, symbolic, spiritual dimensions of the Malang. But what I found interesting was that unlike other communities, the Malang was very much a central, or you could say a part of the social structure of these Khana Badosh Pakhiwas communities. For example, the gentleman here was considered a leader amongst the Fakir tribe, which lives in the China scheme, an area on the periphery, on the ring road of Lahore in the northern parts of the city. And he was a leader primarily because he identified and was recognized as a Malang. So his Malangness was not simply you could say a spiritual practice or a spiritual identity. It was also very much a social category for his tribe. They saw Malangs as respected. They saw them as superior, as someone who had achieved a certain rank within their community and deserved a certain amount of respect and a certain amount of influence for them. So unlike other contexts, Malang here holds a very different meaning. Also, Malangs usually leave their families, leave their lives to serve the saint. In this case, Malangs continue to live within the community. So while they obviously share many of the symbolic and spiritual dimensions with other Malangs, they're very much Malangs rooted in their tribes, in their extended kin networks. Now moving on to the second dimension of this relationship, which is around the question of community. As I've mentioned earlier, community is something that is extremely significant, extremely. Yeah, put करना पड़ेगा. हाँ जी, अब चल रहा है. Like I said, they choose to live in these encampments because of the importance that they place on community. But how is the community connected to the shrine or to Sufi saints? I discovered that firstly, shrines are gathering places for the Pakhiwas of Lahore and of other places in Pakistan as well. So the festival of the Urs of Shabazz Kalendar in Seven every year is the largest gathering of Pakhiwas from all over the country. And it is not simply that the Khana Badosh gather here to um, exchange or to pursue spiritual pursuits. They also gather here because this is the place where their community relations, their politics, their hierarchies are also worked out. So they hold meetings in these gatherings. In these meetings, they decide कि सरदार का जो tribe है उसका सरदार कौन होगा, किसकी जो है वो position क्या होगी. They negotiate power dynamics with each other. So these become spaces where really the structure of the entire Pakhiwas world is worked out. And interestingly, it is all worked out while they're also involved in devotional practices and so on and so forth, which I'll comment on a little bit later. Similarly, if you look at their everyday life, the Pakhiwas worlds are very much organized around visiting shrines, around engaging with shrines on a regular basis. So for example, on every Thursday, every tribe is collected by some of their leadership, and they gather together and they have a whole circuit जिसमें वो पहले एक मज़ार में जाते हैं फिर दूसरे तीसरे. So they have a very clear worked out rhythm of life that is connected to the shrine. And these rhythms of life that they have worked out are again critical to giving a structure to their everyday life, to giving you could say an organization and a rhythm to the way they organize time, the way they define their priorities. So on Thursday, even if they have work or some economic opportunity, they might forego it in order to be at the shrine with family members, with kin members. Now, one could of course give various other examples of how these circuits of life and how these rhythms of life are connected to Sufi shrines. But in the couple of minutes that I have left, I want to focus really on what does it mean? What is the larger implication of their connection to the shrine? One implication, of course, is that the shrine is a space for them to express themselves. While some of them are more fortunate in getting fame and fortune, some of you might have heard of Gunga Sai and Mittu Sai, some of the most prolific and well-regarded dhol players of Pakistan. You may not know that they're also from Pakhiwas backgrounds. But a lot of Pakhiwas backgrounds find the culture of shrines to be a space where they are able to express themselves, where they're able to pursue their artistic talents, where they're able to be recognized publicly for their talents, for their expressions, and so on. So it is clearly a space that performs a very important public function for them. Secondly, however, I should also point out that the Sufi shrine and the Sufi theology is also a space. It gives them a space to also develop their own understanding of spirituality. I do not see what they do simply as marginal to Sufism, but I see what they do actually as a way in which Sufism is expanded and taken in new directions. By, for example, transforming the role of the Malang, what they have done really is to show how a Sufi category can be developed in a different direction, can be appropriated and given new kind of content. Similarly, while the caste system still pervades Sufi shrines, nonetheless, for Pakhiwas, it is extremely important that they become a part of this structure, even though it is at the very bottom, that they become a part of the structure. Because in other institutions of cities, they're excluded from these very opportunities to even become a part of a larger social organism. So I find it extremely significant, extremely critical to recognize that the shrine, while not giving them, giving them the kinds of opportunities that other lower upper caste members of their communities get, they're still able to become part of the city in ways that is not afforded to them by other institutions of Lahore. So thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions for Aman before I can't stop myself from asking a question? Any of the senior faculty members, the students? Aman, I had a question during your experience because you've been researching for so long. Are there are there any health issues? Are there any things that like when they're known to deprive themselves as a community? We're not very good at sponsoring marginalized communities either, but they're known to choose to live in communities where they're deprived of health access, hygiene, and sanitation. Can you comment on anything related to that?
Maybe I could tell a little story.
Yeah.
A friend of mine who actually belongs to a Pakhiwas community, but he got education. He became a fellow in some kind of fancy institution, and he decided that he will now give back to his community. तो उसको ख्याल आया कि मैं एक जो है वो जो एक मोबाइल टॉयलेट्स होते हैं वो इंस्टॉल करूंगा because there is no sanitation, like you pointed out, for many of these folks. And he said this is only for women because they have the biggest challenge for for accessing toilets. And when he installed it, 2-3 हफ्ते बाद कुछ औरतों ने उसको मिलके घेर लिया और उसको बहुत नाराज हुई उसके साथ और कहा कि आपने ये हमारी जिंदगी क्यों बर्बाद कर दिया, ये टॉयलेट यहाँ पे डाल के. He said कि मैं तो आपकी खिदमत कर रहा हूँ, I'm trying to help you out, I'm trying to give you this facility. But they said हम हमेशा जो है रात को इकट्ठी होकर सारी जो है वो जाती थी कहीं दूर अपने जो कबीला है उससे, और ये हमारा अपना एक टाइम होता था जिसमें हम मर्दों की जो भी हमारे बुराइयां करनी होती थी, जो दिन के मसले होते थे, हम डिस्कस करते थे. It was their women's space in which they could be away from the children, away from the men for a small period of time. And they told her that by installing this toilet, now the men tell us कि तुम लोग कहाँ जा रहे हो, इधर ही जो है, you have this space already. So of course this is a huge challenge. But it is also has unexpected dimensions to it. So if one has to install or provide certain services, one has to be mindful of don't want to damage something that's important or already sort of critical for them. But of course, there are many challenges that they face. The monsoons are a huge issue, where they're flooded, dengue, and so on. But let's also keep the women's space in mind when we offer any kind of solutions.
Is there anyone else? Yeah.
Spirituality of these people, but it is said that that is also a crime spaces over there. What your expression about this thing?
So this association of the Pakhiwas with crime actually goes back to 19th century when the British colonial government passed a law which is known as the 1871 Criminal Tribes Act, in which they designated certain groups in India, in South Asia, as criminal. And primarily their motivation was to stop the nomadic way of life, because the British felt that in order to establish control over us, they needed to ensure that we remain in settlements which they could observe, which they could keep under their control, and so on. So nomads for them always posed a challenge, and that is the case for many other states as well. Nomads threatened their ability to control people. So it's वहाँ से ये शुरू होता है criminalization वाला मामला. Now, of course, in a way, criminalization becomes the way in which people also perceive them and see them. And of course, there are incidences of crime there as well. But I think the larger picture of criminalization has to be kept in mind that it actually emerges from British attempts to control and subdue these groups rather than from what they actually did.
Thank you very much. Very interesting and informative talk. Have you discovered any economic aspect of the connection of these people with the shrines in addition to the spiritual and others?
Sure. Some of them, for example, are part of the Mela economy. So पहले होता था कि औरतें जो हैं वो बनाती थी, खिलौने बनाती थी. Some of the objects that were used for prayers were also made by women. They've That's mostly has been abandoned by now. But still, for example, playing music during festivals or during Thursdays, performing other sort of artistic activities and getting some money in exchange for that, that is still being pursued by certain groups. In fact, there are certain tribes, such as the Mirasi tribe within the Pakivas, that are pursuing their economic life by singing devotional songs and such. But that's not, that's not the biggest part of their economy anymore. The biggest part is now waste and recycling. But it is still a small economic aspect still exists.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is that before converting to Islam, which religion were they practicing? And is it important to be Muslim in order to be connected to the shrine for artistic purposes?
Yeah. So many of them had what you could call indigenous religion, practicing indigenous religions, in which ancestor worship was very important, in which nature was very critical to their spiritual practices. And since the 1950s, 60s, I mean, even from before, entire tribes have started to convert. I would say that there are some Christian Pakivas tribes as well, and their relationship to shrines is also there. Actually, it may not be as sort of overt, and they may not identify as much with shrines, but in terms of visiting shrines, in terms of gathering there, it is something that is across the religious divide.
So, are these Mlang people a good influence on the rest of the society or not? If they are not, then what we are doing, and do we want to, that they also, kind of also be elevated, live a better life?
तो जो मलंग फिलॉसफी है ना, वो तो ये है कि आपने अपने आप को सोसाइटी से तोड़ देना, अलग कर देना, right? So they don't care about society, right? I mean, in a way, they have devoted themselves, philosophically speaking, right? But like I said, these Malangs have not done that. They have continued to remain within their community. So if you look at their influence on their community, it is certainly a very cherished and very, you could say, it is demanded that they exert a certain influence, right? They are the chosen leaders. They are in positions of authority, influence. They're also seen as moral examples for the community. So if you speak of the Pakivas, for them, the Malangs are extremely revered and they hold them in very high regard and very, very high status. So going for, if I take their position, then clearly Malangs are having a very positive and very significant influence on their lives. And they see that as, something they want to also pursue, as a goal for themselves. In that way, definitely it has a positive influence. You could argue that for maybe their neighbors, it could be a different question, but I have studied them in the context of their community and position in that.
The regular society, I think all parents want and they tend to educate their children. What about these people?
They also, agar aap dekhein, Malangs also have a knowledge of sorts, right? It is not the knowledge that we obviously impart in our institutions, but it is a knowledge that they acquire from their own elders, from their own ancestors, and a knowledge that they hold to be very important, and a knowledge that is also sought by others around them. So people approach Malangs for healing, for solving their problems, and so on. So not education in our sense, but it is a source of knowledge in a very different sense. And I think we should be open to other kinds of knowledges rather than simply our own, which is, I think, for me, part of this research as well.
In Pakhiba's economy, the working class consists on the women and children. Why not male are going to participate in the economy?
So they also participate in the economy. So for example, the recycling and the waste economy and the cleaning and domestic work, men are also employed. Many of the men that I met in this community were working for working in cleaning streets, working for the city government. They had government jobs. Yeah, so of course, they have different kinds of work, but they're also employed in various sectors of the economy. Yeah, I mean, begging is of course another occupation that they pursue. But the men do other kinds of occupations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aman. Is there any other question? So this was a very interesting topic for all of you, right? I can hear I think the students will email you later. Dr. Rahla, thank you so much for joining us today. Again, it's a very emotional thing to introduce Dr. Rahla because she's been our coordinator for so many of us for our MPhil and PhD. She's been our colleague. She's been our senior mentor. So it's a privilege and an honor to introduce you. Thank you so much for coming and speaking today. So let me introduce you formally. Dr. Rahla Rahat is a sociologist and an assistant professor at the Department of Sociology, the University of Punjab. She's also the director of National Center for Resettlement and Rehabilitation at PU. Her research interests lie in gender, infrastructural development projects, and informal workers. She served as an international guest professor at the Institute of Sociology, Bielefeld University on an Erasmus exchange program. She works with various national and international organizations in various capacities, including as a consultant and trainer for the World Bank, Population Council, the British Council, and WAPDA. Welcome and thank you.
To work on an area of which is lived in domestic male workers in gated communities. When I was working, collecting data, a lot of children who came up to me personally and they were like, why are you interviewing them, asking them questions? Why aren't you asking us? We have our stories to tell as well. And they themselves started sharing stories after another. And it just affected me so much that the next research project I was planning, I thought I should look into these issues. So this is part of an ongoing research. I will just share a part of it because of the time concern. But first, a question to everybody in this room. आप में से कितने लोगों के घर में या आपके जानने वालों के घरों में कोई बच्चा या यंग एज पर्सन काम करता है? अपना शायद हम मानते हुए कभी कभी एम्बैरेस जाते हैं, पर हमारे जानने वालों के या जानने at least maybe 5 families or people you know such. जो नहीं जानता मैं उनको डाउट कर रही हूँ ऐसे. They are choosing not to answer, but ये हो नहीं सकता because those children are all around us. And sometimes होता ये कि जब over exposure की वजह से things become invisible and we stop seeing those things. So I will share with you their voices, what they wanted us to know. And they were very passionate and they were like, we would want people to know our stories as well. So around the world, especially in developing countries, child labor is a very common practice. Child labor is in various forms, but my research primarily focuses on children who are domestic help. and who are also live-in workers. Because what we believe is that when they are, let me just figure it out. Because what we believe is that the children who are live-in workers, they are away from their families, which tends to increase their vulnerabilities, because they might be meeting their families after extended time period, and that meeting could also be controlled. And uh, what I wanted to do was, when we talk about violence, there are various definitions of what is violence and its types. I conducted a qualitative study to find out what violence is for these children and to listen to their stories and their experiences. So I talked to around 20 young women who had been living domestic workers as children. Their ages range from 18 to 23. I purposely did not interview the children directly, because as researchers, we know there's a lot of ethical consideration, matter of consent from their guardian or parents. So, when I approached few employers, everybody was hesitant because, people fear that their stories might go out. So I decided that we will take women who have recently grown as adults. So and so their memories are still fresh, because if we talk about distant past, sometime stories tend to get mugged up as well. Um, so in-depth interviews were conducted with them, and then thematic analysis. So let's get right into the findings. The findings indicated that all of the participants had experienced some level or form of violence, including physical, verbal, emotional, and economic. The perpetrators included employers, and when we talk about employers, that means the whole families they're living in. It could be any person within the family, so not particularly one person. The experiences of violence were related to the nature of work, the living and working condition, and it was both direct and indirect. One thing that comes out of the whole experience of my doing this research is that somehow in our society now the violence is kind of expected, it is tolerated, and it's also accepted. So sometimes we tend to overlook it. So let's focus first on physical violence. All of the participants had some experience of physical abuse. It could be from a slight slap or being beaten, which resulted in physical injury. However, none of the participant I interviewed had experienced in very extreme form of violence, which would make them end up in hospital. So none of those cases. Also, I purposely did not include in this research today the sexual violence. So that is not included. Not to say it doesn't happen, but I have not included it. For my surprise, none of the participants gave it a high priority. So when we talked about physical violence with them, a very common response was that ये तो सभी मारते हैं, सबके साथ ही होता है. So for them, physical violence was not something they talked very seriously about. Also, they shared experiences of violence from their parents, their teachers. So the thing is, their exposure to physical violence was very broad and from a young age. So which kind of led it to for them accepting it and thinking that it's very normal thing that happens to them. One participant shared, I used to get slapped off and on by my baji, but I didn't mind it because I'm used to getting beaten up at home too. Everyone gets beaten up. Another shared, I was beaten up, but at least I used to get food. We were so poor that we did not have food for days. So it was also a matter of option, a matter of lesser evil, and having to choose one over the other. So if they're getting food, they could tolerate certain things. Another reason that was shared was that these participants have been witnessing violence on people around them, like their own parents, their married sibling, and employer's house, which also kind of normalized it for them. My baji was often hit by her husband, and she would take out her anger on her children and me too. Another thing which also came out of this data was that the perpetrators of violence also justified their violence using various means. For example, many of them shared stories like, employers would say that they're like their parents, and parents, it's the responsibility of the parents to discipline them. So if we're disciplining them, it's okay. It's violence. Also using religious examples, uh, like agar if a child is sarkash, so usko marne ki ijazat hai. So religious excuses were also used by the employers in justifying the violence they were conducting on the children. Uh, Many participants also talked about the role of their own families in this violence. It was both positive and negative. However, if they shared that their parents snubbing them when they told their parents or their families about the violence they're experiencing, the parents snubbed them, telling them to stay quiet, making some accept it as their fate. So they were like, we were getting no support from anywhere. While some parents also put emotional pressure on the participant, as one participant shared, my mother told me that if my father finds out, he will bring you back, and then how will the family survive without your salary? So in conclusion, I would say that the perception or conceptualization of the children or employer might not be correct. If they believe something is not violence, that means we need to standardize, we need to conceptualize as communities, as societies, what we mean by violence and what is physical violence. And there's also a need to educate them, because a lot of them had experienced, as even their employees had experiences violence themselves. So taking it to the cycle of violence. So this is something that needs to be looked at in policy making as well. Then let's move to psychological emotional violence. Interestingly, these women were very passionate, emotionally talked about various dimensions of psychological violence. They were more vocal about psychological violence than physical violence. All the and one thing that was very important to them was lack of decision-making power that they had throughout their lives. It's usually the parents. It's usually the parents and the employers that negotiate the kind of work they do, the salary they get, whether they will be living in. So they had no say in the decision of whether they would want to work or not. They were never asked. Also, they talked about having no power to choose in their daily lives, such as what they wear, what they eat, when they can go home. So they had absolutely no control over their own lives. One of the participants shared, and she was talking about an incident many years back, but she started crying in that interview as well. She got very emotional. She's like, one of my baji cut off my long hair without asking me, just saying that they were a nuisance, waste of shampoo, and maybe transfer lice to her children. I did not take off my dupatta and cried for a week. I was made fun of by my family. So just cutting off her hair. And another participant shared about, in terms of lack of decision making, at one house, the baji was very religious. So she made me wear headscarf and big dupattas. And then I moved to another house and was made to wear jeans and t-shirt. I used to feel so awkward. No one asked us what we want. Also, nowadays, a lot of another participants shared about, nowadays people stay up all night, like 2-3 a.m. and force us to stay awake too. Then they sleep all day. I was not allowed to eat till they gave me food. So I had to stay hungry till afternoon, waiting for the family to wake up so that I can get some food. My entire childhood, I've never bought anything. Another thing was very important, and this was mentioned a lot of the participant was, and I'll share one quote, and then, but this represents a lot of other participants as well. The entire childhood, I've never bought anything from myself, like clothes or shoes. I've always used handed downs, always damaged or worn out. I used to go to markets with my employees and they would ask their children what they want. No one has ever asked me. That was my biggest wish growing up. Another theme that came out of the psychological violence of the participants feeling of being invisible uh, and having a lack of existence. So a lot of participants shared about these things as well. They talked about being talked through. As one participant put it, if we go somewhere, people talk as if we're not there. Like people would ask my baji, isne khana kha liya? They never look at us and ask us, aapne khana kha liya? I would be next to a baji and you would say to her friends, ye sari, referring to the maids, to chor hoti hain, bharose ke kabil nahi hoti. So as if we are not in the room. So stories like that. Then there were stories like, I've always eaten alone in the kitchen. I don't matter to anyone. When I was younger, I was always made to sleep alone, and I used to get scared and would cry all night. No one ever asked me, knowing that I'm a child, how you feel in a new house, and sleeping on the floor and living off bags, and saying that they never had any room, any space to call their own, which also made them not feeling belonging to that house or that place. So in conclusion to the psychological aspects, there were a range of issues that were highlighted by these children, like need of having choices, being included, feeling of belonging. Other studies have shown that long-term emotional abuse may lead to depression, hopelessness, shame, guilt, loss of confidence, anxiety, and various mental health issues. So mental health issues is something that is overlooked in this area as well. All right. Now let's move on to the last area that I'll be talking about is the economic violence and having lack of access or control over the earnings of these children. For example, one of the participants shared, I've been employed for past 12 years and I'm 21 years old now, yet I have no money of my own. I was never even aware of my salary. There were stories of parents taking loans and in exchange, children working for years, which is also we can refer as the modern day slavery and the form of bondage labor. So this is something to look at it. So let me conclude now. This study shows us that we need to have a holistic approach to study violence, especially when it comes to children. The government, media, society needs to reconceptualize how we define and react to violence against children. There's a need for holistic protection of children, whoever they are, wherever they are. And there's a need to focus on prevention because we have a tendency as a society and as government that when some extreme case of violence happen, it's highlighted in the media, then everybody's talking about it. And then when a new issue comes up, it just dies down. There have been a lot of issues that have come up. There has been no follow-up. We really don't know what happened next. Were actually anybody criminally charged or not? So there need to be a follow-up. If we talk about some recommendation, I was asked that should bring some recommendation. So there are a lot of recommendations, but I'll just, the thing is, the government is working in this area. UNICEF has been working with the government on this child labor in a broader form. The thing is, there is a need to regulate the working conditions of the children also in the domestic sphere, because a lot of work is done in factories and offices and where children are working. There has to be some minimum wage, standardized living condition, safety and privacy. Also, there is a need for registration and monitoring of these children by the child services. if anybody hires a child, they need to be registered somewhere. And there need to be some monitoring so that they can be looked after. For example, random checks. Also, one of the participant shared a similar kind of idea, but I put it, and it was, I think, was a very interesting recommendation. In foster care, this is the last point. In foster care, if you adopt a child, even in Pakistan, there is a regulation that you need to put some property in name of that child, and the child can and you cannot then sell it until the child reaches an adult age. So the thing is something on the similar ground. For example, opening of an account uh, for in the name of the child, and a certain amount of salary going into that account, and that account be accessible to the child after reaching a certain age. That could bring some financial stability for the child when they grow up, and also you know kind of regularize the control of the parents who are sending their children to work. Also, a lot of the children shared that we've been living away from our families for so long that there's no emotional connection left. Our only relationship with our family is financial. Many times our parents come and they just ask our employee to easy paisa the salary, and they don't even come to visit us. So we need to, as a society, be sensitive to these issues as well. And I just hope, in terms of we are trying to work on policies level as well. But when all of us go home today, and when we look at these children, I just hope that we look at them a little differently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rahla. I'll open the floor for questions, please. I have a question as well, but I'll go last.
Kindly tell us what are the reasons behind that you are not going to touch sexual harassment, which is repeatedly reported.
Yes. In the larger project, I am, but not for this presentation.
Okay.
Because there's a limited time, and sexual harassment is a complete topic in itself. So just touching it wouldn't do justice to it. So I didn't want to do it for this conference, but it's part of the actual research.
क्वेश्चन से ज़्यादा एक कमेंट है, और उसके लिए मैं अपने आप को, वो कहते हैं ना, अपने सेल्फ अकाउंटेबिलिटी में ले आई हूँ। कोशिश पहले से थी, लेकिन आज की गुफ्तगू के बाद तो वो एक कहते हैं ना कॉन्शियस एफर्ट होगी, ना सिर्फ अपने लिए बल्कि जहाँ कहीं भी आप देखें तो डोंट से लाइक दिस इज़ देयर मैटर, हम क्यों इंटरफेयर करें, बट दिस इज़ अ मैटर ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी एंड एथिक्स। तो जहाँ पे हमें बड़ा पोलाइटली इंटरफेयर करना पड़ता है, रीच आउट करना पड़ता है, जहाँ तक गवर्नमेंट ने पता नहीं कब पहुँचना है, लेकिन जहाँ अगर हमारे पास कोई अंडरस्टैंडिंग या हमारा ज़मीर है तो वी कैन वर्क ऑन इट collectively as a community. Thank you.
That we don't do that. This is what I think. And one of the way we can do is, I think we have never seen any kind of protest from us, the people who find that this is a bad thing. It is going on for years together. And the second thing is the government. In order to awaken the government, the Pakistan government, I would say, again, I think the media is the best. So there should be some, focused effort on these kind of things through media and by some other ways. Because we don't see that in the West. We have lived there. I know it. If anybody is doing it, well, heavy fines or this and that and all. Why can't we make some kind of regulation, policy matters there? If the policy is there, why the government is not implementing? So as a group, there should be an effort. जो सही किस्म के यानी aggressive group on these things. I don't know I'm right or wrong, but this is how I think about it.
Dr. Chisti, you're really right. Of course you are. I wonder what that aggressive group effort can be. We tend to be agreeing that there needs to be civilian pressure rather than the state. But if anybody has a recommendation, because Pakistan is not, I don't think we're going to come out on the streets about this issue, because if we haven't in the past, we might not in the future. Dr. Aman has some questions.
Yeah, I mean, on that point, I mean, I think in India, there has been some attempts to unionize or to create some kind of political institution for domestic workers, adults, and yeah. But my question was about the class background of these employers. Are these predominantly middle class employers?
Predominantly middle and upper class.
Also upper class. And did you notice any differences in between middle and upper class employers in the kinds of findings you were
I think
sharing?
I asked this question as well, but the thing is, the job turnover is so high. So sometime a child is at one place for 6 months, then somewhere for 2 years. So it was very difficult to differentiate that because it is basically, and also it was interesting that it's the perception of a child what a middle class, upper class person means. So it was a very vague concept for them. So for everyone, when I said they were very बहुत अमीर थे. So when I said बहुत अमीर और कम अमीर का क्या फर्क है, उनके घर में 2 गाड़ियां थी, या वो जो थे होटल में बहुत खाना खाते थे. So the thing is, their concept, because I don't have the data that where they actually went, it's very hard. So it was their perception, the children's perception of what upper or middle class means. But they were living in good neighborhoods. So from there, I infer that they were middle and upper class households. For example, there were some of them are in DHA, some were in model town. So that's how I'm assuming. So, but I can't say for sure. But this would be something interesting to see for some in future. Ji.
Thank you for sharing your findings. I had a question that if this, so child labor is very much a part of the economic structure in Pakistan because it is exploited and it is cheaper labor, right? So when we talk about policy recommendations to eliminate such, employment of children and the harassment of children within these spaces, what would a feasible solution look like? Because when we say checks, that is not feasible because the middle class is increasingly growing class. And it's a huge amount of people. So how do you keep a check on these people for that? Because they are, in my opinion, that will be, this class is exploitative, the upper class is exploitative, and they will use the cheapest form of labor they can. So what would a feasible policy look like for check and balance with this?
Okay, the thing is, first we have to start from different age groups. The thing is that we have to have a consensus that a certain, because there were children who were as young as 6-7-year-old who are working. So the thing is, a child who is 15 is different because even in the law, after 15, they can work, but not in dangerous certain occupations. So there has to be an absolute ban on a certain age, like below a certain age, that should not be accepted in any form. But for older, maybe 15-16-year-old, maybe a part-time work, because even in the Western world, children do work. Maybe they're throwing newspaper. Children who are financially strong as well, they earn their pocket money. But then there has to be some check and balance. For example, mandatory education, that they can work part-time, but then they have to go to school. So the thing is, it has to be for various groups. It can't be one policy, but we need to look at different groups and their challenges. And then if you just focus on the domestic work, then it would be different. But this is something we need to look at.
Ma'am, first of all, thank you for this research sharing with us. My question is, ma'am, that I've seen ample of cases and I've grown finding these kids, looking at them, the way they behave, I find them perpetually paranoid. The thing is, my question is that how did you get in touch with them? Because another question is that the owners don't really let you speak to them because they keep it very private. Because particularly those who are perpetrators, who like treat them in a very bad way, they abuse them. They take them to different occasions, but they don't let you speak to them. How did you get in touch with them?
Okay. It's very interesting. there were a couple of ways. The thing is, one was, as you all snowball sampling. So there was one who said, my friend would like to talk to you. So we have talked in public park, because a lot of these girls come, bring children to the parks. So, and then they're sitting there on the benches. So we did some interviews there. We did some in Model Town football ground, because a lot of children come there, and the maids, the parents just drop their maid and the children. And also the interesting thing was, some of the employees allowed me to do it, because what I'm saying, they don't think what they're doing. Because with best of intention, one of a person I know very closely, a friend, she said, you can interview. When I was discussing, you can interview. I'm such a good employee, so you can talk to my maid. She'll tell you at least some good stories. But the thing is, when I talked about these psychological dimensions, even the employer sometimes is not intentionally abusing them, but because this is how they expect it to be. So some of the employees actually did allow me to talk to these girls. And then when I said that some were the children of the employees for the other research, when I shared that I was doing with adults, and it was their children who were working. And one was married to one of those, and she shared her past stories. So various ways. But because it's qualitative, the sample is smaller. When we go into a larger survey research, I'm sure this will be a challenge. But this was, a smaller sample for a qualitative research.
I think adding to this, there is a belief among the employers कि हम रखेंगे तो बहुत अच्छे से रखेंगे, हम नहीं रखेंगे तो कहीं और तो रखे ही जाएंगे. So it's better that we hire them.
And also कि बेचारे तो गरीब होते हैं, हम तो मदद कर रहे हैं. So sometimes it's for them it might be good faith कि जी हम तो मदद कर रहे हैं, भूखे तो ये रुल जाएंगे बेचारे, हम निकाल देंगे तो क्या करेंगे ये. So it's also a matter of educating the employees, because sometimes they don't know how the children are perceiving it. So it could be best intention on their part as well. हाँ जी, हैं कुछ organizations इसमें काम कर रही हैं, और Child Protection Bureau भी है, UNICEF sponsored activities भी काफी है.
I happened to conduct a research way back, and this was another story where this was a guy who had 11 children and 8 of them were working in Lahore. So I could recall when you mentioned easy paisa. So what he was doing was that he has placed those children for 10,000 rupees. So he gets 80,000 per month. So he's like very happy to place them in Lahore. So there are advantages related to that for them.
Children actually said कि जी 4 साल से तो हम घर से 4 साल की उम्र से हम बाहर हैं, हमारे माँ बाप को हमसे कोई अब इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं रहा. अब तो वो कहते हैं ईद पे क्या आना है, पैसे भेज दो बस हमें. और इवन वो कहते हैं कि जी हमारी शादी नहीं होने देते, कि अगर शादी हो गई तो उनके पैसे बंद हो जाएंगे, तो हम चाहते हैं कि हो जाए शादी, लेकिन वो अब करने नहीं देते. So इस तरह की stories, because but we were not focusing on the parent side, but there were a lot of issues from that side as well.
I just want to draw the attention of House towards another form of child labor, which is happening in informal labor sector. I will suggest researchers that you should see in it, because for 10 rupees, 200 labels they have to paste on a product in informal sector, and situation is very, very worse, more worse than domestic laborers. So topic was Dr. Rahla's. I just, as many students are here, I want to suggest you should look into it, because exploitation is beyond your imagination, and government has initiative of labor school. Half time they do labor in workshops or in factories, but 2 hours or 3 hours labor school. But situation is so worse. If you will interact with those children, they have bulk of products and they are pasting, and after doing this tedious work they get 10 rupees, only 10 rupees. I want to add only this.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, because then they don't get food in the house either. Yeah, unlimited issues.
When we say, a nation, a country is known by how they treat their children and animals, and unfortunately we're worse in both sides.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rahla. It's not a simple solution. You know, when I was discussing with the speakers that please send your recommendations, I started reading on them myself. And I realized that India has gone a little bit forward because it has similar problems and it's 7 times or more the population. And even poverty stipends, relief stipends, and mandatory schooling doesn't help. Possibly because what Dr. Shamaila mentioned, a lot of families and parents, unfortunately, are using their children even when they don't need it as money making machines. So multiple interventions are needed over here, not just for poverty relief, but at family level and then also at employer level in the domestic sphere, but then also in the different informal sectors. And we don't have one informal sector. There's government industry, and it's that there are too many. So just one, just even a yeah, the brick and industry. Dr. Vakas is working on it. He hasn't arrived yet, but we were hoping to hear from him as well, and maybe inshallah next year. But the thing is that again, this is all for the students because we need you to come up and continue research in this area. So thank you, Dr. Iram, for pointing that out. I'm introducing our next speaker right on time. Alhamdulillah, we are right on time, even though we started late. Dr. Farhan Naveed is a sociologist. He's a professor at the Institute of Social and Cultural Studies at the University of Punjab. He's the author of 2 books on human trafficking. It's titled Human Trafficking, Trade for Sex, Labor and Organs, and Human Trafficking Amidst Interlocking Systems of Exploitation, a focus on Pakistan. His research interests include human rights, human security, migration, human trafficking, gender, intersectionality, and public policy. Thank you so much, Dr. Farhan. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Sara and Ms. Sharmeen, for providing me this opportunity to share my research. The data or paper that I am presenting today is part of a larger project in which I conducted or I collected data from the victims of diverse forms of exploitation. So when we talk about trafficking in persons, so it could be trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation, it could be for the purpose of sexual exploitation, or it could be for the purpose of organ removal. So I actually collected data from these 3 different categories of human trafficking. So the title of my talk today is Gender, Human Rights and Human Trafficking in Pakistan. So I will be talking about this issue from the perspective of human rights and gender. So when we talk about trafficking in persons, what is trafficking in persons? So in November 2000, the UN General Assembly adopted this protocol, which is called the Protocol to Prevent, Suppress and Punish Trafficking in Persons, especially women and children. So this is the first international legally binding instrument to address the issue of trafficking in persons. So it has like very comprehensive definition of human trafficking. But in simple words, if you want to understand what is human trafficking, so I define it as an enterprise in which human beings are used as a commodity. So it's just like a business. In every business, we have a commodity. So human trafficking is also a business in which human beings are basically traded. They are used as or abused as commodity. So human trafficking is also referred to as modern form of slavery. It's a global phenomenon. All the countries of the world are affected by this issue in varying density. It is also one of the most profitable global illegal industries. So according to the estimates of the United Nations, it's the 2nd largest illegal industry in the contemporary world. When we talk about the number of victims, so we don't have any precise data, but again, according to the estimates of the UN and International Labour Organization, so around the world, there are more than 40 million victims who are living under conditions of modern day slavery. It's considered a gendered phenomenon because almost 70% of the identified victims of trafficking are women and girl. It doesn't mean that men are not victims, like men and boys are like they are almost 30% of the victims, but traffickers identify or recruit men and women for different purposes, and I will talk about it later on. Trafficking could be of 2 types. Internal trafficking. Internal trafficking is a form of trafficking in which human beings are exploited within their own home countries, whereas The second type of trafficking is external trafficking. So in external trafficking, there is a border crossing in which human beings are taken to some other countries. So when we talk about Pakistan, so the real challenge for Pakistan right now is internal trafficking. So in terms of the situation in Pakistan, yeah, can you move into next slide? Okay. So in terms of Pakistan, Pakistan is considered as a sole transit and destination country, and it is placed under tier 2. So every year, the US Department of State, they ranks countries based on their performance. So for the last 2 years, Pakistan was ranked on watch list, on the gray list. But in the recent report, we have improved our ranking, and now we are in tier 2. But still, we are in tier 2, which literally means that we need more concentrated efforts in our country. Then again, when we talk about data in Pakistan, so unfortunately, we don't have any precise statistics, but according to the Global Slavery Index, Pakistan ranks on 8th number out of 167 countries in the world in terms of prevalence of this modern form of slavery. And according to the estimates, there are more than 3 million people in Pakistan who are living in conditions of modern day slavery. Then quickly about the legal framework in Pakistan. So in Pakistan, we have a recent legislation that is called Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act 2018. Then the Constitution of Pakistan, Article 11 specifically prohibits trafficking in persons in Pakistan, and also it prohibits bonded labor. In terms of the existing literature, so I actually reviewed the work that has been done on this issue globally. So the first trend of literature is about gender, sex works, and trafficking. So in this literature, the focus of scholars has been predominantly on sexual exploitation. And within this frame, we can see that there is a debate going on. So for some scholars, they do see women as victims, whereas there are other stream of scholars who are basically highlighting the women agency and choice, and they are focusing on accepting prostitution as an occupation so that women could be given their rights. So there is a debate in this stream. Then there are transnational post-colonial scholars who remind us that we need to also take into account the role of nation states, that how there is a hierarchy of nation states, and how the vulnerabilities are created because of the global political economy. So they basically indicate towards global hierarchy of nation states that lead to creating vulnerabilities among people. Then there is another stream of literature that talks about human trafficking as a human rights issue. And for those scholars, when we talk about trafficking in persons, so it's primarily a cause and consequence of human rights abuse. People who are exposed to the situation of trafficking, they are basically denied their socioeconomic, political, and cultural rights. And this approach basically shift the focus from rescue to rights, and promoting social justice and empowerment for them. If we really want to address this issue, then we have to work on the rights of people. We have to provide them social justice. We have to address inequalities if we want to address the vulnerabilities of people. So the broader questions that I address in this research are: what are the relevant structural conditions that enable trafficking to occur, and how do existing anti-trafficking intervention address the needs of trafficked persons? For this larger project, I conducted in-depth interviews with victims of trafficking and stakeholders, including our government institutions, international organizations, and civil society organizations. And I also conducted policy analysis of the law that specifically addresses trafficking in persons. So here I would like to share with you, some experiences of the victims that I interview. So this is the story of a girl who was trafficked actually from Afghanistan at the age of 8 years. So she was first brought to Gujranwala, where she worked as a domestic worker for a few years, and she was, physically and sexually abused there. And then the family sold her again into a fake marriage in Rawalpindi. And one day she escaped from her employer, and the police rescued her. She was put behind the bar for several days because she was initially treated as an illegal migrant, because she was migrated from or she was kidnapped from Afghanistan and brought to Pakistan. So she was treated as illegal migrant, and after spending some days at police station in Rawalpindi, then she was sent to a shelter home. This is another experience. Uh, okay, another story in which this girl, she was again very vulnerable. She had no relatives, so she did the matric and found a job in an organization. She got married with a guy who then, after marriage, sold her into a prostitution ring, and she was rescued, came to a shelter, and after coming to shelter, she took divorce, and because she didn't have any other source of security. So on the advice of the management of shelter and her advisor, she was married again, and again the result was the same. She was again sold in this another taken to another province, and where she was forced into prostitution. And again she was rescued, and she came back to the shelter. So this is like another story of a victim. She ran away from her home for a love marriage with a boy at the age of 14. So after the marriage, the guy, forced her into prostitution. So he would drop her to his auntie's place, where she was forced to have sex with the clients. And in the evening, the guy would pick her up. So, and because she ran away from her, so her parents don't want to see her now. Uh, this is like a just like a case that Dr. Rahla was mentioning. Like in this case, this girl was 7 years old when her parent died. So one of her relatives took her to a bungalow and left her there to work domestic help. And he would come after 6 months or a year and would take money from the employer. And literally, she would work for 24 hours, 7 days, and she was subject to physical and sexual abuse there as well. uh, then this is case of organ trafficking. So in this case, this guy was a key informant, Irfan. So he first was exploited for the removal of his own kidney, and then he became a kidney broker himself. So there are certain pockets in Pakistan. So I interviewed several cases in a village in Sargodha division. So there are like a few villages in Sargodha where if you visit those villages, you will find that majority of men there, they have sold their kidneys. So he was basically working as an agent there, and he shared that the people here, many of them are working as bonded labor. They are in that bondage, working in brick kilns, and they have taken money from the owners of the brick kilns, and their children and wives, they are subject to physical and sexual abuse by the owners. And so just to free their families, so what they did, they sold their kidney. The kidney brokers, they approach them, they tell them, okay, you are living in a miserable condition, your family is subject to violence, so why don't you sell your kidney? So by selling your kidney, you will get enough money so that you can live your life freely. So what are the key learnings? So the key learnings are, when we talk about the vulnerabilities of trafficking, so they are very much gendered, as we can see that both men and women could be subject to the conditions of trafficking, and there are intersecting marginalization, like it's a class, gendered phenomenon. So many of them are living under the conditions of poverty. Then many times trafficking happens within the context of marriages, and there are different when we talk about different forms of trafficking, so they are very much interrelated. For example, organ trafficking is the is usually happens when the people are forced into or we can say when people are in the conditions of forced labor, or when they are in that bondage. So different forms of trafficking are really interconnected with they are connected with each other. Uh, When we talk about trafficking in persons, unfortunately, we have only short-term humanitarian interventions in Pakistan. We have only shelters, right? And those shelters are also meant for specific victims of trafficking. So we don't have any intervention for like if men are subject to trafficking, so where would they go? And even our legislation don't, recognize the vulnerabilities of men. So the intervention tend to based on certain assumption that who could be the victim of trafficking, and there is a serious coordination gap among the stakeholders. Like I told you, when the girl from Afghanistan, when she was recovered by the police, so she was sent to prison. Like she spent so many days behind the bar, right? Because there was no coordination with the service provider. Then we don't have any mechanism for the rehabilitation of trafficking persons. So conclusion, so what I suggest is that when we talk about trafficking, so we should not consider it as a discrete occurrence of violent. Trafficking is not something that happens in it itself. Trafficking is actually manifestation of vulnerabilities. They are the people who are already experiencing some form of structural violence. Then the anti-trafficking interventions, they need to focus on the long-term vulnerabilities of the people, because what happens, rescuing a victim of trafficking does not mean that the person has survived trafficking. Unfortunately, this is our assumption that when a person is rescued, that's fine, the person has survived the trafficking. Whereas in my research, what I found is that most of the rescued victims, they again go through the same situation. They are re-victimized again and again, because we don't have any mechanism to address their long-term vulnerabilities. Then we need to have longitudinal studies. Most of the data we have, they are only in form of one time. Like in my case also, I did one-time interviews. But as I shared with you, these are the people who experience multiple forms of exploitation throughout their life. So for this, we need to have longitudinal study so that we could understand that what happens to them in the long run, and what actually is helpful for them to regain normalcy in their life. So to really understand it, that what actually is helpful for them or what does not help them, we need to have longitudinal studies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farhan. I had a question as well, as usual. But before that, others, please, seniors, faculty, students. So while everybody is gathering their thoughts, I mean, this is something, it's a very disturbing topic as well. So I'm actually a little bit of cross-sectional research I'm doing for my book. Hopefully it will come out soon. But I had a question for you, and I was wondering whether you thought about this or discussed it with any of the stakeholders. South Asia has a cross-barrier issue, that most of the human trafficking is encouraged because of the cross-border leakages. So is there any recommended policy for that, apart from South Asia collaboration, which obviously because of regional conflict and instability, we're not able to collaborate. Otherwise, we could clamp down on this a little bit better. Yeah.
So at the South, you're very right. So at the South Asia level, we already have a convention, SAR convention on trafficking. But again, because of our political reasons, so we are not actually sharing data with each other. So yes, this is something that needs to be looked upon. We need to have better collaboration. But when we talk about trafficking in persons, we have to realize that like the serious issue is not really external trafficking. We do have cases of external trafficking, but the real issue is internal trafficking. Like we're talking about bonded labor in brick kilns. We're talking about minor domestic workers. So that's the real issue for Pakistan. Yeah, that's what we're and that's the area that has been neglected so far, right? Because we always consider that trafficking means migration. No, right, moving, exactly exactly, that's basically human smuggling. That's a different phenomenon, but we never realize that what is happening in the agriculture sector, what is happening in the brick lanes, what is happening in our homes. So it's very much deeply rooted phenomenon, and the problem is that we don't realize it as exploitation, right? And that's the real challenge. Even our law enforcement agencies, because I'm also engaged with the UNODC and other law enforcement agencies in conducting training for the concerned officials. And most of the times when we talk to them, so they are unaware of this. Oh, what should we do? I mean, if people are willing, then what can we do? We don't realize it as exploitation, and that's the real dilemma.
Is there any other country that has tackled this problem where we could emulate or benchmark?
So the thing is that it's a global issue, yes, but when you say the other countries, so for example, in terms of referral and rehabilitation, India has done a really good job. They have a proper rehabilitation system. They have proper, a mechanism. So in Pakistan, unfortunately, we don't have such. For us, we have only short-term solutions. Okay, we have already Darul Aman shelter. So if you find a victim, send her to shelter. But what I found is that many times shelter instead of protecting victims of trafficking, they become hotspots for the recruiters, because they know there are vulnerable girls. They know that they will be there for a specific period of time. So it's then very easy to recruit girls from those shelters. And we never think that what would happen, like if a girl is there who is like just 12, 13 years old. So what would happen to her? It's not enough if we provide her just 2 or 3 months accommodation there. We need to think about her long-term vulnerabilities. Otherwise, she will be trafficked again and again. And this is what's happening now.
If I would like to ask a question, I think the issues you just raised of this cycle of getting exploited. I think one thing that need to work on is reintegration in communities, because our concept of honor of the family, if somebody we know that has been sexually, been involved in some way, then the families don't accept them back. So that is a big challenge. I think I have seen some documentaries of, because there's a lot of girls from Nepal that go into the Bombay brothels. And many of them return back when they get AIDS or something. So there was this documentary saying how they have made special long-term residences for them, reintegrating them into the community. So Nepal is facing some kind of issues like that.
Asia has this problem more than any other region. Dr. Bhatti, please.
Thank you very much. I think this is a modern form of slavery. And have you studied the Islamic approach to address this problem?
So yes, but again, if we talk about the vulnerabilities, yes. So Islam talks about the right of the people. So here we are talking about the victims of trafficking. So they are like, traffickers don't recruit people randomly. They only prey on the vulnerabilities of those people who are already living in the conditions of vulnerability. Like they are the ones who are marginalized, right? So obviously, if you talk about the Islamic perspective, yes, we can talk about the rights, we can talk about equality, we can talk about social justice, right? So where unfortunately in our society, we don't see, even if a victim is rescued, we are still unable to provide her or him, the basic rights.
Yeah, we need a holistic approach.
Exactly. So that is the real problem. Even our law, when we talk about our law, so the law is very much individual specific. The law only focuses on, okay, if you rescue a victim, or then arrest the perpetrators, punish that perpetrator for so many years, and that's it. So we never talk about the victim. So victim is lost somewhere. What would happen to that victim, right? So that's the real issue, I think. So we need to talk about, it's not only about punishing the perpetrators, it's equally important to talk about the rehabilitation of the victims.
This is rather more important.
Right.
Most important.
Right. So thank you for this very fascinating presentation. So I'm not very familiar with this topic, but I had this question. Like, what are some of the laws in Pakistan that are not directly about human trafficking, but enable human trafficking? So I can't remember the name of the particular case, but we had this abduction of a girl who was, transported to Punjab, because we have this law in Punjab where, the age for marriage is different in Sindh and Punjab.
Yeah.
And then now we have social media.
So,
And so
Dua case, yeah, she is referring to. Yeah. So the thing is that trafficking is a very complex and multifaceted phenomenon. So we talk about child labor is not trafficking, but trafficking could involve child labor, right? Forced marriage is not trafficking, but trafficking could involve forced marriage, right? So we do have different laws, but for trafficking we have to understand, and internationally the UN has provided us three elements. So if there are three elements, then we can say that in particular case trafficking has happened. So for the first one is act, that is the buying, selling, transporting an individual. The second one is means, that is to deceive somebody, to kidnap somebody, to abuse the position of vulnerability of somebody. And the third one is purpose. So the purpose is always exploitation. So whenever we basically force people, whenever we abuse the position of vulnerability of person for the purpose of exploitation, then it comes under the category of trafficking in person. So it could be like, for example, trafficking might involve domestic violence. Domestic violence is not trafficking, but trafficking might involve the cases of domestic violence, right? So that's the issue. So all the things, that's why I said that when we talk about trafficking, we can't approach as a discrete form of violence. And unfortunately, this is what happens. When we say trafficking, we say, okay, there is zero case of trafficking. Oh no, we only, had reported cases of forced marriage. We never tend to realize that forced marriage could also involve trafficking. That's why we don't have any reliable data here in Pakistan.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering about the networks that are involved in this entire phenomena of trafficking. I mean, is there a particular structure that you have been able to figure out? I mean, who is involved,
Right.
how they organize?
So yes, so internationally, the UN protocol defines it as an organized crime. So trafficking in person, according to the United Nations, comes under the category of organized crime. So what happens in some cases, yes, we can easily see like there is a connected, there are different actors who are connected in this chain of exploitation. So for example, when we talk about organ trafficking, so organ trafficking cannot happen without the involvement of highly qualified surgeons. So there are recruiters, there are brokers, there are surgeons, then there are buyers as well. So and there are people who basically market the selling and buying of organs. So yes, it depends, but not in every case. So I must say, you can't say that in every case of exploitation or every case of trafficking there is organized network. Not always. For example, when we talk about exploitation of minor domestic workers, so if I, as an employer, if I have a minor domestic worker and I'm exploiting him or her, then it's an individual who is involved in the exploitation. So it really varies from case to case. Yes, so in many cases we do see organized criminal network, but in other cases we only find like there are individuals who are themselves involved in the process of exploitation.
Chef there, right?
Yeah.
So, is there any government employed psychological help for them? Secondly, who is regulating their tests, like the kidney tests, for example, if they are working on their body is working on one kidney? So, in the health sector, do we have any budget for their tests and their dialysis if needed, or any such thing?
So it's a good question. So yes, for shelters, like for the government run shelter, recently they employed psychologists there. But again, the problem is that first the identification, whether we are able to identify them, whether we are able to identify that they have gone through a severe trauma, so they need psychological support, right? So that's the key thing. If you are unable to identify them, identify their needs, even if there are psychologists, that will be of no use, right? The second thing you talked about, the organ trafficking test. To remember, this is something that is not officially reported, right? So this is a deal that privately happens, and usually in private hospitals. And in my case, what I found that most of the people who basically sold their kidneys, so brokers actually convinced them They never tell them about, this transaction. Rather, they convince them that, oh, it's a very noble cause. So आप जो है वो बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, तो आप किसी की जिंदगी बचा रहे हैं, और हमारा मजहब तो जो है बड़ा जो है इस चीज पे फोकस करता है कि कोई शख्स जो तकलीफ में है तो आप उसकी हेल्प करें. So this is how they convince them. And doctors, they never tell them about the complexities that they faced after the surgery, after the removal of kidneys. And that's the issue. So that's why I'm saying it's basically abuse of their position of vulnerability. They know they need money, they know they are in a situation of crisis, so they don't tell them that what would happen to them, what would be its negative consequence. So they tell them everything is fine, you have 2 kidneys, so it will be perfectly fine if you save somebody else's life. Just donate 1 kidney.
Yeah, like the way you have 2 eyes, if one is gone, so you can still see with it. Same goes with the example with the kidney. So if one goes away, you can still be functioning well. Thank you.
Dr. Farhan, I had 2 questions actually. Number one, state-run shelter homes, they are catering domestic violence cases and so many cases, and have very limited seats, and they have limited time. In start, a person can live for, a woman can live for 3 months only. After that, she need to get readmission there. So I want to know shelter homes which you are saying, same shelter homes? Yeah, there are separate shelter homes for human trafficking.
So unfortunately, we don't have any separate shelter rooms. So an international organization established one shelter home, a model shelter home in Islamabad. So what happened that once the funding was dried, government refused to run that shelter home because that was, super expensive for them. Right, so they couldn't. So we don't have any specific shelter, and we have only generic shelter that you refer to.
Generic
And that's
32 shelter
Right.
homes or very limited space.
And only in urban centers.
Yes,
Yeah.
Only in urban centers, and conditions to get admissions are quite.
And when we say 32 centers, I've heard some of them house only 20 people.
20, 30,
15, yeah.
30,
So
20 to
there's
30.
no, yeah.
My second question is, phenomenon is prevalent in our, unfortunately, in our universities as well. One case I noticed during my teaching in university, a student was engaged in online business. Later on, she was proposed by that person. He was her class fellow, but later on he asked her to quit her family because parents were not ready for that marriage. Go to shelter home, get admission there, we will get married, I will take you to the Islamabad and we will live a happy life. And later on, because he was a business partner, he was acquainted with her family. He came to her family and called her little sister, come with me, I have arranged a meeting with your sister, and he kidnapped her. So it was actually a network working within university. To kindly highlight how we can stop it, and have you noticed such cases during your study?
Yeah, there are so many such cases. Yeah, so we need more awareness. Especially, we need to give awareness to our youth, because when we talk about victims of trafficking, so it's basically youth that traffickers prey on, right? So need and exactly, it's not the middle class and people here are really desperate to improve their living standard, right? So it's very much easy to trap them. Tell them, okay, we will give you, will have a very decent job. We will take you to Dubai or some other country, and we will give you blah blah blah. People are very desperate here. They need, they want their families to improve their living conditions. And
I think we can conclude that, even with this issue, multiple policy reforms are needed, because it's not one simple network either. I think what Dr. Aman and Dr. Irama are pointing out, that it's a very extended network. And some areas, even the family sector, I've heard, is involved. So a lot more vigilance needed, and not one kind. It's not a unilateral recommendation policy, but there are multiple layers. So thank you so much, Dr. Farhan. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker. She's the professor of clinical psychology, and she's also the dean of social sciences in CANAID most recently, Dr. Masha Asad Khan. She's with CANAID College for Women. Previously, she used to be with FC College. We've lost her and we're missing her. But it's also great to collaborate inter-sector university. She's earned her MPhil and PhD in clinical psychology from the Center for Clinical Psychology, Punjab University. She has over 2 decades of teaching and research experience. She's an author of more than 50 internationally and nationally published research articles. She's co-authored many chapters in books. Currently, she's an editorial advisory member for various national journals. She's also serving as an associate editor for the Science Direct, which is an Elsevier journal. Her research interests include clinical, social, and abnormal psychology. And I must say that the topic that she's presenting today, she's already published about 6 papers in this area. And it's an area that she's been researching for nearly 8 years, if I'm not wrong. More than that, more than that. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Sara. With an introduction by Dr. Sara comes no forgiveness, I believe. First, can I have my slides over there also? First of all, I would like to appreciate and congratulate Dr. Sara and her team on organizing this 4th conference on marginalized populations. All right. I hope I'm audible. Yes. Okay. So I believe it's an arduous task to do plan and all that and keeping it all smooth also. So referring to marginalization, marginalization is a social disadvantage and relegation to the fringe of society. And that can be based on gender, sect, caste, orientation and disability, and the list goes on, right? So today the topic that I'll be presenting is emotional health and social problems faced by the mothers of autism spectrum disorder children and the recommendation for their social support. All right. Before we proceed, that I would really want to shed light on the area of autism. What is autism, right? We might be seeing such children around us, but we need to see that what different symptoms of what things totally gives us a picture of autism. So it's a fastest growing neurodevelopmental disorder, neurophysio developmental disorder. So it is overlapping all 3 main areas, right? And it appears during the first 3 years of life, and as young as 18 months of age, these symptoms can be very visible and they are seen and noted by people around, right? So the main symptoms may include difficulty in communication, both verbal and non-verbal. So what will be a non-verbal communication? It will be using gestures, using other things. And one of the things that is missing in autistic child is the maintaining eye contact. So an autistic child would not maintain eye contact or would listen to you, but at the same time, the child is receptive to his own needs, bodily needs, or whatever requirements he or she wants or needs certain things. And difficulty in socialization, he or she might not be interested in socialization at all. And manifestation of stereotypical behavior that can be in the form of rigid behaviors, sticking to routines, and a certain a very different behavior, different attachments can be developed. There was once a child, he developed an attachment with the hanger. So just imagine what is an hanger to us. It's just hang clothes and just that is all, right? But wherever he goes, he have to take the hanger with him. Otherwise, there's an episode of aggression, there's an episode of certain things, and people who would be seeing the child with hanger, what would they be assuming? So see why, and they make fun of the person or the family and all that. So definitely marginalization automatically comes in when there is some disability or a disorder, right? It is called a spectrum because there is a wide range of symptoms that vary in intensity and number of symptoms from individual to individual. So that is why it's very aptly written that if you have met one individual with autism, you have only met one individual. And why is that? No one individual diagnosed with autism is having or can fit into the picture of the other individual. So that is making it unique and a very different one. So that whenever a child is diagnosed, they always say that it's on the spectrum. right? That can vary in symptoms. All right. To keep it clear, this picture I believe will help you because we can divide autism into 3 levels, 1, 2, 3, by keeping it as mild, moderate, and severe. So mild will be requiring support. Definitely without support, the child is not going to survive. Is very much dependent on the people around. Second level requiring substantial support, and the third level is requiring very substantial support. Unfortunately, we do not have much of a support system in Pakistan when it comes to the third level. So even the schools, the organizations who are catering or taking students as autistic children, they will send the child back home. No, we cannot handle this child. We need to develop certain things on that. A little bit about the prevalence, how prevalent it is, and why I've taken this topic only out of so many other psychological and other disorders. Because one child out of 100 in US, in the worldwide, whereas in US, one child out of every 54 are diagnosed with ASD, that is autism spectrum disorder. And over here, we can say that males outnumber the females with a ratio of 1:4. And there is an exponential rise in ASD, increased 178% since 2000. And to keep it very clear, there is no yet any known reason why ASD autism is there. So there's no single or there's no particular reason to it. Autism Society of Pakistan states that 350,000 children suffering from ASD. So just keeping in mind the stigma that is attached to the psychological problems and other problems related to our, particularly in the background of our social culture, right? So these are the reported cases. So just imagine that how many cases are still there which are not yet reported, right? So definitely when it comes to psychological problems, we tend not to be open about it. Parenting challenge. So I believe that many of us in this hall, we are parents, right? Many of you will be, hopefully, inshallah, soon, very soon, or things like that. Yes. Parenting itself brings challenges. There are challenges. You're nurturing a child and, you're taking care of things. You may be putting secondary your needs and then attending to the needs of the child. But the thing, and that can be adjustment problems parents can face. Stressors can include psychological distress and financial burdens, and the list goes on. It's a long list. So when there is a normal child, responsibility, stresses, things are there. But what if the child is disabled or has a disorder? Automatically, it's a different story, right? But still, it's your child. You need to take care of the child, and automatically the child rearing stress, the parental stress, it does not double. It goes more than triple. Rearing a normal child is equally, if there's a special child, then 3 times it's more of a stress. Parenting children with ASD is challenging worldwide, especially in the Pakistani context where there is lack of support for parents. Why ASD mothers? Why autism spectrum disorder mothers? Because generally, if a child is diagnosed with a disorder or a family member, generally females will move forward as a caregiver. They'll due to their nurturing instincts and nature, they may be more available for the caregiving things. In turn, mothers tend to experience poor mental health that comes in comparison to fathers. So that is why mothers are more focused in my researches that I'm going to present in a little while. There is emotional context to it. So parents, obviously, children, other family members of children with ASD often feel alone, isolated, and ignored before receiving a diagnosis for their child. Having a child with ASD may cause emotional distress and mental health problems, predominantly in mothers, that begin before the diagnosis and continues throughout the life. So it's not going to go away, but it is going to be there because they know that after diagnosis, there will be fluctuation in the emotions. Because one thing is a relief that they know what is wrong, what is the diagnosis of the child. But at the same time, they also know that there's no cure to it. There's no reason identified and there's no cure to the child's condition. So the family may experience confusion, guilt, anger, depression, and resentment. And this anger and guilt can also be very devastating for the marriages also. Their couples may split, the husband and wife, and there are other arrangements for the family also. Social context, mothers of special needs children undergo excruciating stress during the and after the diagnosis due to lack of social support by family members, relatives, and society. Households, if you look at the households, especially in South Asia, majority of husbands in the South Asian side, that is basically one of the findings of our book chapter also, that they say that social needs finances for the treatment of special needs children include cost for medication and therapy, which contributes to the mental health deterioration in mothers. So they are not ready to pay. No one is there who can take responsibility of the child when it comes to finances and other things also. And again, automatically there is this social stigma attached also, and fear of rejection or rejection sensitivity is also linked with the diagnosis of the child. All right. Talking more about in the Pakistani context, the Pakistani research reviewed the awareness level and beliefs regarding autism from psychiatrists, speech therapists, occupational therapists, physicians, clinical psychologists, pediatricians, and all the people who mainly work with such children. And the result revealed that the emotional strain in mothers was linked with delay in complications during diagnosis, inadequate healthcare system, inadequate structural support for the diagnosis. So it was a little bit about the background. Now onwards, I'll be presenting the synthesis of my studies. I have just taken 5 studies that I'll be just summarizing. The work basically is like more than a decade, more than 10, 12, somewhere like 12 years. This work, these all researches are a part of the work. So mainly this research, this focuses on adjustment problems among mothers of children with and without autism spectrum disorder. So this definitely was our work, and basically wanted to compare these two groups because automatically parenting brings stress, and still we want to compare that whether it's the same stress for this normal mothers or not. So, all right. So it's a cross-sectional research. I'll just roughly go about it. I'll just jump onto the results for that. So results show that mothers of children with ASD reported greater emotional adjustment problem, health adjustment problems, and social adjustment problems as compared to normal groups. So definitely there is more area that is required, and they have more problems as compared to the mothers who are all, having children. Whereas no difference was found on home adjustment scale, subscale. Next study is on locus of control, perceived social support, and quality of life in mothers of autism spectrum disorder children. It was a research done in 2018. It was a cross-sectional research. Again, we compared 200 Pakistani women, and result revealed significant difference in locus of control, perceived social support, and on all four quality of life subscales: physical, psychological, social, and environmental between mothers of ASD. So definitely quality of life matters. It is there's a lot of difference seen in the quality of life when you have an ASD child as compared to having a normal child. So mother of autistic children scored a low on perceived social support and quality of life scores, while scoring high on external locus of control as compared to mainstream group mothers. Results also revealed a low social support to be linked with low quality of life among ASD children. Another research that was done in 2017, parental stress, quality of life, and resilience in mothers of autism spectrum disorder versus healthy children. Again, we had a sample of 120 mothers. Findings showed that mothers of ASD children reported high parental stress, low quality of life, specifically on the subscales of physical health, social relationships, and environmental health. Mothers of ASD children showed relatively high resilience than mothers of healthy children. I'm just trying to keep it quick, so because the time thing is shown to me. Another one that was published in 2017, resilience, perceived social support, and locus of control between mothers of normal and autism spectrum disorder children. And in this study, we also compared these variables on a sample of 200 Pakistani mothers, and the results revealed that the findings reveal that a significant difference in locus of control score and resilience between mothers of ASD and normal children. whereas the mothers of children with ASD reported high external locus of control when compared to the mothers of normal children. High resilience score were also reported by the mothers of autism spectrum disorder, and perceived social support scores showed non-significant difference in this study, whereas significant positive relationship was found between resilience and social support. High resilience, high social support. This study was done in 2019 to examine perceived stigma, social support, caregiving burden, and marital adjustment of ASD mothers. Again, it was a correlational research on 100 Pakistani mothers with autistic children. Results revealed a low social support and high caregiving burden were significantly related with a low marital adjustment among mothers. Family support emerged as a significant positive predictor, whilst friend support and caregiving burden as negative predictors of adjustment. All right, I'll skip this. Challenges. Keeping in view all the studies and earlier also the literature that have been done, lack of awareness and knowledge related to ASD, because ASD is one of the disorder, if it is identified, the child will be in a better condition as compared to if it is diagnosed later. Exclusion and discrimination, lack of therapy centers and qualified personnel, and lack of institutions, organizations, and communal homes for adults with severe ASD. Recommendations that Dr. Sara also insisted that must be there. So allocation of funds in the national budget and to develop legal solution, though there is fund, there is a certain specification for that, but they should be increased. So stable financing can be provided, support at residence can be provided to such people, and fee of special schools also must be checked. School fee of a government setup will maybe 8,000 or 10,000, but at the same time they will be having 25 to 30 autistic children in one class with two teachers, whereas an autistic child needs one-to-one. It needs an individualized plan. So this doesn't make sense. In the private school, their fee starts from 75,000 and goes till even more than 1 lakh. And they keep the child for 3.5 hours, maximum 4 hours for this much money. So voluntary basis participation, coordination and implementation of social services, awareness programs must be there. So these awareness should be provided pan-Pakistan, especially targeting the rural areas. There is less of information and education is there. Screen time limit, other things also about their symptoms and early diagnosis must be communicated. Normalizing the family needs for support and expertise of workers working with the families as a whole and ensuring individualized support is very important. Support groups and counseling sessions, which include techniques like meditation, learning more about their disability, communicating well with their significant others, should be organized. Counselors, social workers must psychoeducate people and guide the caregivers for the problems they can face in future related to ASD handling. Community work, active citizen program must focus, that we all have in colleges and universities, must focus on marginalized populations, especially ASD at school, college, and university level. Stress management programs can be initiated, especially for the parents who are having ASD children. Health professionals can focus on supportive therapy, cognitive behavior therapy, rational emotive behavior therapy and focus on these families for their better mental health, and fight discrimination through inclusion, inclusive school programs, inclusive malls, shopping areas, parks. They must entertain this issue and build a place for people with ASD to flourish. So they are not disabled, they are differently abled. So we need to identify how differently they can be able to do certain things. So the last slide. The future efforts should include heightened emphasis regarding ASD in medical and allied health sciences curriculum, unremitting medical education, public awareness campaign, promotion of school services, and caregiver support groups for these children and families. I found this picture to be very relevant, so I just put it over there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masha. We have our first question from Dr. Rahla.
Thank you, Dr. Saiba. I think it's a very important issue that you raised. But when you talk about this issue and the vulnerability of parents, I think you missed out one group here, because I personally know 3 families with autistic children, and what they have shared and I've observed, I think the sibling of the autistic children are a very ignored group.
I included and then I explained.
Because
Yes.
you know,
Because of time thing. I was told repeatedly 10 minutes.
because the child, the
Yes,
autistic
they have a
child
different life.
get all the attention, and you know, all the financial, emotional focus is on that child, that the rest, and they don't function as a regular family. So social life, socialization, and they kind of, you know, is a
Even
big
the
impact on-
survival of the fittest comes into it. They automatically start surviving. They start depending, less depending on people. The
and then
siblings.
at a very young age they become the caregiver as well.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
giving support to the parent,
Yes.
and their own emotional issues. So the stress management support group should also include that siblings as
The
well.
whole family.
Yeah, and I think because the topic of focus was the mothers. So in fact, mothers who have more children, I've read a research, they have higher stress. So if they have one child with special needs, and then they have more children,
And then
their
sometimes that
stress goes up
leads to
because
violence against the
yeah,
other
against the
children
other
as well.
children,
Yes, the
because you're
scapegoating
asking for,
and all.
yeah, you're trying to gain help from them as well. You can't give them enough attention. There's guilt,
Exactly.
and so that converts into exploitation. Thank you so much. Are there more questions, please? The students, yeah.
So I remember a study by Baron Cohen about theory of mind in autistic children. So these children, do they realize that they're marginalized or discriminated against, or they have no idea since they lack theory of mind?
They do feel. As my personal experience as a clinical psychologist, I have seen this thing. They feel uninvited. They feel being rejected and being, though there's some reciprocal issues. The input goes in, but the output, they have issues with that. So they may feel, they may not be able to express.
I had a question about the cultural or traditional understanding of this. I mean, are there any words in Urdu or in other languages that we have to sort of make sense of this
This
of
disorder?
autism? Yeah. Or, I mean, is there a particular sort of traditional understanding of this?
I
that
have
you've come
seen two
across?
children talking about an autistic child in the family. They said they were like 5, 6 years old. So they were calling their autistic child and he was not listening. So the other child was telling the other child, "Oh, आपको नहीं पता इसका दिमाग नहीं है." So rather, the people do call them jhalla, sada, something like that, but not exactly, because they are not intellectually disabled. They have their intelligence. They have their own interest of intelligence. They may respond to things. They may things. The people may say that he's very misna. He only responds to his own things. Could be certain something like that.
Those who have no financial support or enough financial capabilities, what happened with them?
That is the point now where we want the government to pay attention to. They do have certain schools where they have the free education for them or some very very minimal payment, but then education is a must. People, even parents, needs to know okay what is wrong. So क्योंकि किसी को भी पागल कह के एक category में डाल देना, because if you don't know a disorder in detail, all bimaris are bimaris, all abnormalities are pagalpan. So we need to identify that these children can come up with their hidden potential. There are many people, significant people, successful people in the world who have autistic traits or who've been diagnosed somewhere in the milder side of autism. So we need to identify that.
Yes, Dr. Fawzia.
आपका जो सैंपल था वो कंसिस्ट कर रहा था जो कि डायग्नोज थे और इंस्टीट्यूशनल सपोर्ट उनको मिल रही थी. इज देयर एनी स्टडी जो कि बहुत सारे ऐसे फैमिलीज होंगी बिकॉज ऑफ देयर सोशो इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस तो वहाँ पे उनकी डायग्नोसिस नहीं है या उनकी अप्रोच नहीं है इंस्टीट्यूशनल सपोर्ट की तरफ?
Then these people, they're just keeping their children in the homes or tied up somewhere. I know a person, she has just tied up her son, and they work. The rickshaw driver is the father is a rickshaw driver, and then the mother, she works somewhere, and they have 5, 6 siblings. He has 5, 6 siblings also. So such children, they are tied
There's no
somewhere.
research, academic research on such.
There are. We can look into it.
So is there any kind of psychological counseling available for the mothers who are going through this stress?
This is where we want to pay attention to that. This must be there. There are cases, there are researchers, there are different people who work on that, but not actually. They are one of the areas which is ignored. That is why they are marginalized, because what they want, what sort of things they go through, nobody understands that. So this is one of the things that they individually, if they want to seek help, they can. But on a government level, on a broader side, nothing is done on that part.
So we have a basic health unit system with the lady health worker program. There are about 110,000 lady health workers. But and you know, the when others read about it from outside, they say, "Wow, Pakistan has a primary healthcare setup. They have basic health units." But the only services that we're so far providing now since the last 25 years is reproductive health for women. And most of us are working, so many of us are working to pressurize the government or to just share with them that we need to integrate mental health amongst other things, chronic disability management, multi-morbidity, so many other things. So if mental health overall is integrated at primary level, then obviously specific groups who need mental health counseling and support, like mothers of special needs children, they would become target groups as well. But we need to take the first step, integrate mental health counseling at primary health. So we have many steps and layers, but thank you. Shall I start? Is there, Bhatti Saab, do you have a question? Is there any other question? Okay, right.
Thank you for sharing your findings. My brother is on the autistic spectrum. So we didn't know he was for a very long time, right? It was very mild. It is still very mild. But I think I wanted to ask, and this might stall the conversation a bit. I apologize for that. But you said 178% since 2000 cases, right? It's been a rise in cases. Has that been like, so ADHD similarly has also, they've developed more techniques to find out whether somebody has ADHD. So has that been the case for autism? Because if there has been such a huge rise since 2000, is that the reason behind it then? And in Pakistan, how quickly can it, because my brother went to school just like me, same school. We didn't know, he was bullied for the longest time because of it. But then when we realized there was something different, and his ability to read social cues was just not there. We had to teach him that. So is this because like there are newer techniques to read whether somebody has autism or not, or is it something different? Is it just a general rise in autism?
I appreciate your sharing on your behalf. The thing is that early diagnosis, that is why I emphasize that early diagnosis is very important. If it's diagnosed early, then many things can be, like, it's not a total picture, then things can be better, because through training and behavior modification, we can always improve the outcome. And ADHD is somewhere like there are medications for that, Ritalin works for that, and there are other things. ADHD is in a way manageable. I've seen people with ADHD doing their studies and doing other things also. Even let's say they're dependent on certain medication, but they're working right. But with autism, there's no certain findings which would state that there's a certain particular reason to it. And that is why probably the biological markers, the other things are there, but they've not been able to identify a certain particular thing and cannot have a medication for that. So generally, autistic children are not on medication for a particular reason. They can be given medication for the symptoms, aggression and other stuff also. But I think there can be many reasons. If we dig into the reasons, there are many reasons to it. But what are they? We're still searching for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masha, and thank you everybody for remaining engaged and asking questions. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Iram Rashid. She was with UMT, but now she's joined home economics as an associate professor, and we're very proud to share. She's also the director of the Women Development Center, which is newly inaugurated, and she's leading a team for sensitization for women's rights and working with the government, and also initiating a lot of research projects under her new designation. She's completed her PhD in gender studies from the University of Punjab. If I'm not wrong, you're the second graduate from the department. We're again very proud. And her teaching and researching and advising interests lie in a very novel area which hasn't been covered before, which is inheritance laws for women in Pakistan. So we're really looking forward to hearing more about this. Thank you, Dr. Iram.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sara. I am humbled with this introduction, and I want to congratulate you first for arranging this much needed discourse on marginalized community. And secondly, I want to congratulate you that so many students are involved and here to listen this discourse. Today, I am presenting on women's experiences of criminal justice system in pursuit of inheritance vices from Pakistan. This is a part of my PhD thesis work, and it is recently published in Taylor and Francis as a book chapter. So I will, as you all know, property acquired through inheritance is one of the key sources of women's economic empowerment in patriarchal setups of Pakistan, and especially in agriculture and rent-based economy of Pakistan. Although women's right of inheritance is religiously protected and constitutionally guaranteed right, but still these protections are not enough. Disinheriting women on the pretext of religious and cultural practices is quite prevalent. To curb these practices of disinheriting, Government of Pakistan introduced 2011's Criminal Law Amendment, which is popularly known as Anti-Women Practices Act. It banned inheritance and for the first time criminalized the act of disinheriting women and banned the associated practices involved in disinheriting women like vatasata, cousin marriage, marriage with Quran. So the present study looks at Muslim women's experiences of the criminal justice system. I want to mention that I am looking at only Muslim women's practices in consulting CJS, especially the women's interaction with criminal justice system is less explored area because up till now, mostly cases which we see women's interaction with criminal justice systems are as inmates or domestic violence cases. If we see on the literature, historically it happened across the globe. It is neglected area, and the first study I have quoted here is from developed country, study conducted by Sexton et al. It was quite conducted in 2021 in Canada, which highlighted instances of poor police response, victim blaming, and patriarchal prejudices in police stations and courts against women seeking justice for cases of intimate partner violence. Similarly, many other studies like Boswa study conducted in 2003, Graham's in 2014 highlight similar issues, along with gendered difficulties in navigating court and especially legal jargons, because legal language is very specific and it is very difficult for women to go through that or to understand that. And especially in Pakistan, if we talk about lack of social capital and mobility issues and parda issues, women are not acquainted with this system. If we see the aforementioned reflections of institutional mistrust are even worse in subcontinent and particularly in Pakistan. For example, women's interaction with CGS is very much constrained due to Hudud laws, which were effective in Zia era. So women are not comfortable with criminal justice system, and in most cases they are not acquainted with, because to consult this system they have to lodge FIR in police station, then they have to follow their cases in courts, or these are not very friendly spaces in Pakistan. And especially if we see women's consultation to the CJS is stigmatized, as ideas of womanhood are premised on honor, which encompasses everything from familial respect to land and caste-based prestige, then claiming inheritance or defying marriage pattern that preserve it is viewed as inherently dishonorable act. बुरी औरत होती है जो इस सिस्टम को कंसल्ट करती है. The main questions for this study is, how do women perceive the CJS in Pakistan? In 2011's amendment, is 2011 amendment is effective in protecting women's claims of inheritance? How does the CJS treat women claimants of inheritance in Pakistan? Um, Overall, this is for students. Research methods, I have write it in detail. It was interpretive in nature, social constructionist, epistemological stance tha, qualitative study thi, and basically I used case study method as a study design. Study was conducted in district Bahawalpur. 20 was the sample size, 20 female participants took part in this study. Purposive sampling technique was used. Important thing is theoretical stance of the study. The study was theoretically grounded in Smart's work on law in practice and Gilligan's work on ethic of care. Initial gatekeepers was revenue department because I got data from revenue department, and later on family patriarchs also played the role as gatekeepers for this study. Data collection and sampling method is outlined here. It is again for students to get clarity over topic. Ethical considerations were very important because I got institutional consent and as well as personal consent was important because these were very personal things, sharing their ideas and experiences to going against their family members and consulting CJS. So ethical consideration was the top priority for this study. Thematic analyses were used to analyze the data. Now coming to the results of this study, overall 20 participants were interviewed in this study, and I want to mention it that only 3 women opted for to consult criminal justice system. Although the act of disinheriting women is criminalized in 2011's amendment, but still 10 women opted for surrender. They surrendered their right because they were not interested to consult CJS, or I must say that social security networks provided by government are totally absent in Pakistan. So they use their families as a social security nets in case of divorce, in case of widowhoods. They don't have support system from government. So they surrendered their right and they opted to keep their networks for their bad times. They negotiate with it. While other 7 want to claim their right, but due to the constrained relationship with criminal justice system and difficult procedures, they unfortunately could not opt it. So these perceptions are about criminal justice system, which are mostly how they feel, whose law. Because my area of study was Bahawalpur, these are verbatims. You can see on the screen, whose law. Mostly women said ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਤੇ ਵੱਡ ਵਡੇਰੇ ਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਆਖਦਾ ਹੈ, means that the word of patriarch, the word the head of family is treated as a law. Similarly, if we see the theme on gender dynamics are there because the common perception is court kacheri te janiyan da kam hai. Legal matters belongs to men. Similarly, another woman said a good woman never visits a police station. It is not a place for respectable people, especially women from respectable families. It is against family honor. It's not ridiculous to bring our men to the police station just for a piece of land. Similarly, police officials often advise women to reconcile instead of filing cases against their own family members. Better to reconcile and get a little something instead of losing out on everything. These are harsh realities because legal cases took so much time on inefficient legal procedures. There are some verbatims. Court cases demand multiple visits for hearing. There is a common proverb in our society that a case filed by a man is often decided in his grandson's lifetime. दीवानी केस जो कि हम कहते हैं criminal cases को, it took so much time and very stringent legal procedure involved. Only 3 participants went through with this litigation process. These are the cases. First case is claimed as a second wife, Sara. This is a fictitious name which I have given here. Lands in Bahawalpur and currently settled in Lahore. Love marriage. So ostracized from both her natal family and in-laws. Had lost her marriage certificate, burned during a family feud, and the first wife's children were not willing to give her inheritance share. When she wanted to consult criminal justice system, bureaucratic red tape was there. UCs have only physical copies of the records older than 10 years. So she had to personally sift through the storage files to find the certificate. The police was unwilling to file an FIR, and it took her months to finally lodge a complaint. Slow police response even after she was shot in the foot by her stepson. Complaint dismissed due to supposed issues with testimonies. This is very important thing. Most of time, women and men maybe are unaware of the medical legal procedures. She was living with her stepsons. They didn't allow her to go out, and later on when she was much better, she reported this, but they didn't entertain her application because she don't have any evidence. Medical legal certificate is needed to lodge an FIR. So nothing has come of the proceeding so far. Second claim was filed as a wife Shaheen. She was a 65-year-old widow who was embroiled in a legal battle with her son over a house that she had inherited following her husband's death. She was not formally educated and has hearing problems. And unfortunately, her son deceived her and got signed on a paper in the pretext, in the guise of Hajj papers, and said it's for identity card. But later on they came to know that he has changed ownership. Those documents she signed were not identity card documents. Actually, these documents were required that she sold this house to her son. She lodged police complaint with the help of her other sons, 2 daughters and 1 son, but felt that the local policemen were influenced by eldest son. Despite this, she went on this case, but she had to withdraw this case because she belongs to a Syed family, and family networks come active, and they said that Syed Zadis don't drag their families through courts. So you see the intersection of caste and marginality. Third case, claim of inheritance as a daughter, Sidra. She had received her inheritance share following her father's death. Things become murky when she expressed her wish to marry her class fellow. Initially, her brothers threatened to disinherit her, but she didn't take it seriously. She had some documents with her. Then her family sought to reconcile and called her back for her sister's wedding, which turned out to a ploy to force her into a cousin marriage. She managed to escape and later married her partner in courts. Her brother colluded with revenue officials to change the ownership of her properties. Simultaneously, they filed a kidnapping case and forced marriage case against her husband. And currently she is following 2 court cases, one for her inheritance claim, and second the case her brothers filed against her husband. It is important to note that none of the participants had been successful in their claims, and it is obviously financially disturbing and costing her mental well-being as well. Problematizing inheritance requires a nuanced understanding of caste, endogamy in relation to land and honor. Similarly, it is also intimately tied to violence and honor-based crimes. This is, if we see that amendment is not enough to cater these issues, because marriage with Quran is banned, Vattasata marriage is banned, forced marriage is banned, but two cases which I have explained here is cases in which women married with their own choice and they were disinherited. So amendment is not catering all these. In understanding women's experiences of CGS, we cannot arbitrarily separate it from the family. This dichotomy between public and private realms is efficiently imposed and impedes us from gaining holistic understanding of the issue. The study posits that private patriarchy of kinsmen and public patriarchy experienced during interaction with the CGS work in tandem to disinherit women. Tactics to disinherit women are continually evolving, even in cases where shares are transferred, issues of access and control are there. That's all. And suggestions are that awareness should be created, and court cases where judge and case ratios are very high that need to be scrutinized, and court and these spaces which are highly patriarchal and male dominated spaces, there should be some steps taken by government to provide them safe spaces and should address mobility issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iram. This was it was a very interesting topic, and also something that is less researched, because I think of a factor related to religion, if I may say so. Nobody would want to talk about it, but there's a big role of religion involved over here with inheritance rights, with a lot of people believing that, well, they interpret Quranic law as to say that women should inherit less. And some sects believe that in the lifetime, if a male guardian wants to give equal inheritance, then the girl can get more, the daughter or the wife can even get more, let alone equal. And this contributes to a lot of family feuds as well. I was wondering if you encountered any information related to religion and
yes. Basically, religiously, it's differently tackled in Sunni law and Shia law. In Sunni law, consensus is on that if a male child is there, the sister will get half of that. But in cases where only girls are there in Sunni law, that reverts to residuary class, to uncles, aunts of paternal side. But in Shia law, girl can be treated as a sole honor. In absence of male child, in absence of brother, she can own it. Similarly, interpretations, actually misinterpretation of religion is contributing a lot. And I would say a colonial baggage which we are carrying is important to note here, because to sustain their regime, colonial masters preferred customary law over the Sharia law. In 1937, women resisted against that and asked to restore the Sharia law. Then Sharia law was restored, but still with the compulsion that women will not own agriculture land. So misinterpretation of religion and patriarchal interpretations of Quranic verses and colonial legacy, because they supported feudal lords that they can deprive their girls on the name of custom. And in 1937, when the law, Sharia law was restored with the condition that women cannot own agriculture land. And right after the resistance was faced in Pakistan's first national first assembly in 1956, which Farida Shahid, and they have pointed out that they face resistance when they saw that in total essence this law should be restored. Women can own agriculture land, and Pakistan, which was created on the name of Islam, they were not ready to accept this claim. So many things are contributing in this complex situation.
Thank you, Dr. Iram, for doing this research and sharing findings from a research which is very much indigenous in nature, and we come across these complaints every now and then. As you have said that your very phenomena of inheritance is tied to the question of caste. So are there any difference patterns of inheritance that is relative to caste differences?
Yes, because land ownership feudal level per, or if we see even business tycoons holding a lot of assets, it is if we see in these caste discourses, cases are more complex there because they are fragmentation of land. If you see that in feudal system in Sindh, marriage with Quran is quite prevalent, just because I would say first feudalist approach and then capitalism. In both class system, no one is ready to share their resources. Women are treated as second class citizens, or no one is ready to give shares.
I just want to ask that matters related this inheritance, whether this fall under criminal justice system or civil justice system.
Previously, it was under civil courts, but after 2000 criminal law amendment, it is under criminal justice system, because it is now criminal offense to disinheriting women, and direct transfer of property is recommended by government. When one report the death of family members, or as the legal heirs are in bay form or revenue records, that would directly transfer to those heirs. And for surrender, the women have to present in before the judge and claim that I am surrendering it. Now it cannot be done as previously. Any person can sign that she has surrendered this right on behalf of women. Now, after the digitization of record, a picture on ID card, all these are efforts government is doing to curtail this practice.
So there was this case in one of your presentations that there was this girl who was not given her inheritance because she married someone by choice and her family no longer associated with her. So is there any law or any religious implications that if your family no longer associates with you, you won't be getting your inheritance or anything like that?
No, we need to get clarity on this. आग करना जो अखबार में भी आप ऐड देखते हैं, this is not at all legally valid and it is not constitutionally supported thing, because to claim inheritance only requirement is your blood relation or your contractual relation with the deceased. You can claim inheritance through blood relation as a daughter or as a sister or as a wife in contractual relation. So it is not there in our religious law or in our state laws. This is a practice decided by patriarchs, and they do it personally. They collude with revenue staff, and this is informal ways of controlling women choices. And by punishing this, we can say कि हम एक चीज साबित करते हैं कि आइंदा आने वाली भी कोई अपनी चॉइस जो है वो इस तरह से एग्जॉस्ट ना करे. तो ये सोसाइटल इनफॉर्मल वेज ऑफ पनिशिंग है. थैंक यू.
I would just like to add this thing because at grassroots level, when we talk about patriarchy, I'm of the personal opinion that patriarchy cannot exist without we as women letting it go away. So I believe that the trend of not asking for inheritance should be like, why is it like after one dies and only then you claim it? Islam doesn't say that. You can claim within one's life. And I think this is one of the misconceptions which is excluding us. We actually are reluctant from demanding it within one's life. Prompt dawah should be in practice instead of deferred dawah. Why would if there's and most importantly the nikah, we hardly pay any heed to the nikah, which is the basic contract, but we just don't pay heed to it. If we add in it that whatever you're giving me, you're giving right away.
Thank you for your question. First of all, I want to clarify that inheritance is something which legally opens after the death of person. Religious,
there is that.
They can give in their life or they can decide it, and patriarchs are using this tact after the criminal law amendment because I have noticed many cases in the field that after this amendment they force their parents to decide the property, हिबा कर दें, बेटों को दे दें ताकि formal inheritance open ही ना हो. तो religiously it opens after the death of person, then we can claim.
No, it's
before
not like
before that it can be hiba or gift, और वो भी 1/3 से ज़्यादा allowed नहीं है
in Sunni law. So I have to share that Maliha is our MPhil student from our first batch. She's also a lawyer. So I think what she's referring to is, and I think Dr. Somebody wrote an article about this, that in the Nikah clauses, you can actually, I mean, there are detailed clauses in the Nikah that you are allowed to tailor to suit you, and you can ask for inheritance after in the case of widowhood, but you can also ask for property to be deeded to you, to be gifted to you.
Yes, that is in dawah. मेहर में आप लिखवा सकते हैं, आप उसमें लिखवा सकते हैं, but that is not for that. निकाहनामा के clauses जो हैं उसमें delegated right of divorce जो है वो claim किया जा सकता है. उसमें हम जेवरात या maintenance के लिए जो हमें monthly pocket money जितनी चाहें वो लिखवा सकते हैं. और सबसे ज़्यादा यही कहा जाता है कि material resources में land is a good source, so you can ask demand your husband, or that should be dawah should be prompt.
Exactly.
Yes,
if
you are very right, but you were mixing.
No, actually, I was talking about like the 2 points, both inheritance, which is coming from the husband. Basically, it's not inheritance actually, but obviously you're getting it from the husband. So it should be prompt. It should not be deferred. Number 2, the child. I have myself claimed my inheritance during my parents' life. And I've taken that because I knew these relationships are toxic. That's why I was just, spreading an awareness that you can do that.
These are your own mutual understanding. You have taken that in lifetime. They know this is inheritance, but if we see it legally, this is a gift. मतलब inheritance के पर ही कर दिया, वो आपकी family की mutual.
Just giving another name, but that was just to spread awareness that women can, find other ways.
And in our Pakistani society, we usually used to say श्रई हक मेहर, बहुत जूता 10,000 का होगा, हक मेहर 1,000 का होगा. So this is happening in our society, और ये भी good woman और उसके साथ किया जाता है कि ये लालच से, उसको greed से कर दिया जाता है कि अगर आप बड़ा inheritance वो कहेंगे कि ज्यादा रखें, तो लड़की के पेरेंट्स डरते ही रहते हैं.
The last suggestion is that legal education should be instilled and embedded in the basic education sector. It should not be just LLB, you specifically going out, because I've noticed in Western states that even the children at school level are studying the constitutional law, and they know what, whenever they don't want to say that I check the 5th. So they know what law is. So our women, our children, they don't know. It should be at the very basic levels in intermediate or even
in
prior
curriculum,
to
in
that?
early curriculum, because in primary level we study Dara is छलांगे लगा रहा है, उर्दू का लेसन है, दारा खेत में छलांगे लगा रहा है और बानो घर में झाड़ू दे रही है. तो सोशलाइजेशन, प्राइमरी सोशलाइजेशन का जो है हमें बहुत शुरू के लेवल में जेंडर सेंसिटाइज सिलेबस और राइट के बारे में. और मैं अपनी इस रिसर्च के बारे में आपको बता दूं कि ये हदीस मुबारका है कि इनहेरिटेंस, विरासत का जो इल्म है ये निस्फ से ज्यादा इल्म इसमें है और इसको ज्यादा से ज्यादा फैलाओ. एंड इट इज अ टॉपिक विच इज लीस्ट डिस्कस्ड इन आवर जुमा sermons. I have never heard I have never heard कि इस पर बात की जाए. तो obviously it should be incorporated in our curriculum, right based education and gender sensitive education.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
Sahaba,
Aman.
just,
Yeah.
Dr. Sahaba, just it is generally what I am perceiving in our culture. Education level or awareness level is definitely is there, but the cultural barriers are more strong as far as this kind of phenomenon is concerned. And
Yes.
female are willingly are not pursuing these things. What do you think?
Very common in my family.
Yes.
Emotional.
Basic common, none of the women I know in my extended family want to sign it, but they like Mara Mehta. This is a common that we get, if we don't sign
What I am talking about, the cultural barriers are very, much stronger than anything else.
Yes, that is the reason that social security networks should be strong in Pakistan. If women have such options in hand, maybe they will not sign it. Because in case of divorce or widowhood, they have to look towards their brothers, and especially system is not supportive. मोबिलिटी के जो इश्यूज हैं, जो अकेले हम नहीं जा सकते, एंड इट इज बाय द वे कॉन्स्टेंटिंग मेल एज वेल. अगर हम देखें कि मेल का बर्डन भी इस चीज से बढ़ता है. अगर हम मोबिलिटी आसान कर दें, सोसाइटी को जेंडर फ्रेंडली प्लेसेस हों, तो आप देखें कि जो टाइम बेटी को कॉलेज जाने और फिर उसको लाने के लिए सर्फ होता है, तो एक्चुअली उसकी प्रोडक्टिविटी भी इससे हार्म हो रही है. तो इट इज़ बेनिफिशियल फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस कि हम इन डायनेमिक्स को चेंज करें और एक कल्चरल चेंज लेकर आए. माइंडसेट चेंज इज़ अ लॉन्ग प्रोसेस, इट विल टेक टाइम, लेकिन होपफुली आज इधर बात हो रही है, इतनी स्टूडेंट्स मौजूद हैं, यंग माइंड्स, एजेंट्स ऑफ चेंज, इंशाल्लाह.
I would like to add a bit to it. Lately, I was working with KPK government with Board of Revenue and Land Reform. So they have made an initiative where they have hired the ladies patwar, and they've also made specific places in their offices where there is this facility for the women to come and claim such things. And also they are this is part of their program to give awareness to the women, because in KPK the system operates very differently. Here you are disinherited, but there women are not supposed to have name in all these documents. Either it has to go to the brother or to the son or father or husband, but not in their name, because they similarly, like in Punjab, they don't want their women to come to the offices and
Yes.
be a part of this. So they have started to take this initiative with the help of World Bank. So I hope this comes to Punjab soon also.
Yes, there are many initiatives. Police front help desks are such initiative. After the criminalization of these police reforms happen, these things are there, but still culture is very strong. With the help of World Bank, digitization of land records has happened in Punjab, where to make this system transparent, but women are not आई मस्ट से कि उनकी जो कंप्यूटर की एजुकेशन है वो चीज़ें इतनी बेहतर नहीं हैं. So it will take a long time. And obviously good things are happening. We need to join hand, government, civil society and apologetic, because बिल्कुल उसमें एडवोकेसी, लॉबिंग सब कुछ जरूरी है. Yes.
I don't have a question, but just an observation, that a number of presentations today are really at the intersection of family and marginalization.
Yes.
Usually you do not see that in a conversation of marginalization, that family, domestic sphere, marriage, children are so central to these conversations. So, I mean, that's both commendable to the organizers and all of you for, finding ways in which these things
And it's the
intersect.
least researched area, Aman. Sociology of family, least research.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's not
wants to.
very,
We don't have
popular.
courses.
Yeah.
It is usually treated
But
as
it's so
a
important
private
to all of
thing.
these things.
Yes.
Yeah, and of course,
Private thing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iram. Now you know how valuable it is, your research, because thank you so much. I'm introducing our next speaker, Dr. Fauzia Sadaf. She's an assistant professor of sociology at the Institute of Social and Cultural Studies, University of Punjab. She focuses on career trajectories of females in academia and specializes in qualitative research. Recently, she's come and held a workshop for us. We're very grateful to her. The students gave amazing feedback. Thank you so much. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, and I think so. Good noon to everyone. This image, I think so, give you some idea about my today presentation. It is something about women, and they are going somewhere about mobility. Today I will talk about my research that is basically has a focus on family background conditions, specifically disadvantaged family background in shaping academic women career trajectories in Pakistani universities. Today, conversation will move from a brief recap of background literature, the main focus of my research and methodology, and we will discuss key findings, and lastly, some future direction for research and policy implication. With reference to background literature, there is a theoretical and empirical agreement among social scientists that academic success and career progression are greatly influenced by your family background conditions, and especially job markets and labor economy are flooded by the people who are coming from privileged family backgrounds. However, comparatively, there are few researches that have focused on the career experience and career development experiences of those people who are coming from marginalized family conditions. Presently, higher education researchers are increasingly becoming interested to explore students' career aspiration and achievements who are coming from less privileged family backgrounds. In the case of Pakistan, the influence of family conditions and specifically disadvantaged family conditions on the career advancement of female academics in Pakistan is not well studied. And today I am going to present the qualitative analysis of 6 biographical accounts with female professors who were the part of my PhD research to understand how they basically perceive and experience about the influence of their family condition on their career trajectories. Throughout their interview conversation, these women frequently made connections between the way they have been supported and constrained by their families and their family socioeconomic status. So determine their family socioeconomic status, I have chosen 3 indicators of their family conditions. These are their parental, educational, and occupational gains and their residential locations. After coding and mapping their background condition, you can see that women fathers education ranging from maximum metric level to no school education, and all women fathers were engaged in low ranked occupations, and these occupational categories are categorized as a lower middle class and working class occupation according to integrated household economic survey. In the case of mothers, all mothers were housewife except one mother All mothers never attended school for education, and all these women belong to rural residential locations. So together, if we taken all three determinants that is displaying in the previous matrix, it shows that these female professors shared common female family background condition as they came from a lower middle class and in disadvantaged families in terms of their parental low level of educational occupational status and their disadvantaged rural residents. After analysis, three main I think there's three main, okay. Three main themes have been emerged through which they expressed, they shared their stories, how they have been constrained and supported by their families during their journeys. First important theme which has been emerged from their career biographies is their parental educational and career aspiration and supportive behavior. All these 6 women unanimously identified that their parents' pro-educational values and encouraging attitudes were the crucial elements of the support that they have received throughout their academic and university careers. Like what Ruqayya has said is basically shared similar views by many women. Despite being belong to traditional and economically deprived family conditions, my grandfather and then my father has significantly supported me. Somebody in your family must understand the value and worth of education. And even if only one person supports you and you have a will and you want to do something, I think nothing can stop you. This is another very important way of family support. The women received from their families, as all women were coming from a disadvantaged family conditions in terms of their rural residents. And these residential locations are characterized by the lack of higher educational facilities for girls and young women. And in such situations, if the woman had to travel alone or they have to stay away from their families for higher education, they were traditionally stopped to study further. But all these women appreciated their parents' exceptional support that they have been allowed not only to pursue higher education and career opportunities, but they have been really supported in a condition when they have been constrained by within the family and across the communities. Like Mobina shared, despite our neighbors dishonored and pressurized my parents by saying, why did you send your daughter to live in a hostel in the city? My parents not only allowed me for university education, but also supported my career choices. And Momina shared that I belong to an extremely traditional and conservative family culture. Please believe me on my desire for higher university education. Even my siblings extremely opposed me. My mother became quite angry as girls in our family never permitted for university education. However, my father had a great trust on me. I was permitted to live in hostel. I was permitted to come to a big city and study in co-education because such values were not common in a disadvantaged family conditions, but despite being surrounded by such condition, they have been uniquely supported by their families. And all these women have also identified that their parental and family support for their education and career actually linked to their parents' own deprived histories of educational and career gains. Because those parents couldn't get higher education and develop a professional careers, and they really wanted to have first woman in their families, their daughter as a first woman who can get university education and can develop a career. Like Anazia shared and very sentimental way. Once my mother was making the floor with mud. At the same time, I entered the house and said, how smelly is this? She smiled and said, do you want such smelly hands or want to write with pen? I replied, I want to write. She said, listen, your grandmother is coming. You must go with her. and start studying in school. Then you will not get such smelly hands like me. This conversation my mother advised stuck in my mind and keeping me motivated to achieve our shared ambitions. And Momna also shared that the biggest aim of my father was to ensure that his children must get higher education. My father always aspired that if he could not get a chance to achieve professional education and could not do a high profile job, she wished her children must go be highly qualified and join the professional career. If we can conclude, three main points can be drawn from this study findings. Historically, there are a great amount of theoretical and empirical literature that provided evidence connection between privileged family background condition and academic success. But these women, despite being surrounded by marginalized family condition, they become successful, and it has been unanimously identified their families' pro-education values, progressive attitudes, encouraging belief system, and their um, uh, uh, value for their girls' education are the mediating variables, and they like worked as a proxy, as a substitution for the lack of other class-based advantages which these girls are basically missing in their conditions. So throughout their academic and career journeys, they have been supported by their parents to overcome those barriers which are linked to their class-based conditions. And always these women have highlighted the importance of gaining education which they have received from their parents, though such values and norms are not the part of the disadvantaged family conditions. And thirdly, these women, though are not the representative in the professional careers, though they are the part of, they are representative, the general Pakistani women, but still they have received a lot of support, and family support, one of the leading factors in developing their academic and career progression journeys. We can't measure if we can't count, if we cannot investigate, we cannot suggest. So this area not only needs some policy recommendation, but also some research recommendations. My research is only focused on class-based disadvantages, but there are many other dimensions of marginalizations like ethnicity, religious identity, sexual identity. These can also be studied in relation to gender and class-based marginalization, so we can see what other dimension can influence the career and academic experience of women and other gender in Pakistan. So first of all, researching and conceptualizing the background conditions and related institutional structures on women career upward mobility, providing us a scientific knowledge to understand in a better way what are the hurdles and support and enabling elements which are working with this institutional structures. And in the next stage, this knowledge can be utilized to suggest some policy recommendation and practices that can be used to address the structural and cultural limitation. For instance, all these women said that because of the total absence of higher education facilities in their rural areas was the very key barriers they have faced, and all other generally in their at that time all other women and other fellows have been stopped to study further, but they had an exceptional support of their parents. They have been permitted, they have been facilitated to move to another cities and to stay alone, apart, away from their families. So these structural limitations which are related to the lack of facilities can be addressed by building the discussion on this topic and by researching what factors are basically undermining women higher education ambitions and experiences. And definitely such knowledge can also be utilized to develop more welcoming and enabling mindset, attitude, and structural facilities, so we can go further gender equality, not only in academia, but beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fawzia, and thank you for wrapping up so quickly for us. Is there anything else here that you're missing out? Because of us, we don't want you to feel later that you weren't able to cover something.
I try to be
Bless you.
accommodative
Thank you.
situation.
Are there any questions, please? Students have questions, yeah.
Okay, so I did study education sociology with Dr. Sara, and we used to discuss this, but I want your opinion on this too. So there's this thing कि औरतें इसलिए यहाँ ज़्यादा नहीं पढ़ती कि at the end mostly when you're in your 20s like 23, 24 सुनने को मिलता है कि पढ़ के क्या करोगे, then घर में रोटियां ही बनानी है, ठीक है, even कि मजाक में आपके लड़के दोस्त आपको इस तरह बोलते हैं. तो pro education values always come with pro financial values in a sense. Okay, if we make women more common in workplaces, don't you think then there'll be more pro education values for women? कि जब होगा कि they are going to be the breadwinners for the family, then obviously their education will be more supported. तो rather than कि जो parents पहले pro education behavior support करें, पहले they should actually recognize कि women can be breadwinners for themselves and their families. So what's your opinion on this?
I believe there is not a single route to address some phenomena. There are multiple ways through which we can reach to our desired targets and goals. Definitely, because in our society, across many social phenomena, patriarchy is identified very restrictive and controlling. So despite having this phase of patriarchy, we don't actually get out of this patriarchy. This is the integral part of this, our decision making, our choices, our life situation. So my study, because this is the sub part of my PhD research, and one phenomenon I try to develop a theory is a progressive patriarchy. Patriarchy is part of our life. How we can use and convert and educate, re-socialize this patriarchy towards our favor. So this is, you are right, on within the passage of time, this realization has been increasing that how much important if more than one person is earning for family for a good quality of life. And these studies are like a woman who had started their careers almost 40 years before. Then actually, was a rare phenomenon, not only a marginalized family, but even educated families. This is very rare phenomenon if a woman joined a university education, because all these were women professors, full-time professors in public universities. And these women are unique in the sense that they had started their career 40 years back. And this is a actually rare and unique situation. With अब तो वो कहते हैं ना महंगाई ने ऐसे असरार डालने हैं कि no, we are even our main partner in any farm, our husband, our father, they are ready to send us to sell it, to contribute. So this is economic situation has also changed the realities.
Any more questions, please?
Yeah, actually, I think it's a marvelous research, and I think you should like forward it to the public policy people, and you should just ask them to make like assign quotas for the women, especially who want to study or work after a certain age, because there are age barriers and everything. So for that purpose, we should forward this thing.
Yeah, definitely. This is sociologically speaking, we say this traditional students which basically continue their career and education in a sequence without any break, and non-traditional students like us, which which basically they have some break because of some family responsibility and other factors. Even the disabled students with someday, these are non-traditional students.
And fertility too, because obviously we have to get married, we have to raise families, we have to reproduce. So, and that comes with the bracket of time as well. So after doing that thing, why can't we join that?
It's an excellent idea to put forward for further research. Thank you. Thank you.
I did my PhD and this I always try to
Even here, because I'm 44 and I don't mind, telling my age. My kids are mashallah grown-ups now, and they all persuade me to go for it. My professors are so encouraging. My class fellows are so encouraging. They're like 20, 25 years younger than I am, but still they're very encouraging.
But you're not looking age.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Fawzia. I'm introducing my next speaker, and with a lot of pride, because this is now our first speaker from the FCCU family. Dr. Ira Andreas is an assistant professor in the political science department. She's also a minority rights activist. She completed her PhD in gender studies from the University of Punjab in 2020. So she's a recent graduate, but not new to research. She's been researching for a long time. Her dissertation was documenting lived experiences of poor Christian women who are working as janitors in Lahore. She's also a member of the National Lobbying Delegation on Minority Rights, advocating for the constitutional rights of religious minorities with parliamentarians and other policymakers. There's nobody better to speak on today's conference. Thank you, Dr. Ira.
Thank you, and thank you for giving a detailed introduction. And yes, this subject is very close to my heart, because when we talk about marginality, we need to define what is marginality, because traditionally marginality has been understood as economic marginality. Amir or Gharib. Gharib, jo poor and they are marginalized, Amirs are not marginalized. And within Gharib, there are, when over the period of time, the very concept of marginality has been expanded, and the other determinants of marginality stemming from caste, class, gender, religion, and you can add on multiple layers to marginality. And when we say marginal, we are at the same time making some group dominant over the others. And we need to understand what are the reference point to marginality. Today, I will be narrating a story of Christian sweepers who are navigating uneven terrain and are always confronting with multiple reference points of marginality stemming from class, caste, gender, and labor. This is the little introduction, and because as I said, my talk will revolve around the question of caste, whereas in Pakistan, when we talk about caste, it is somehow the other camouflaged, and our radar goes directly to our neighboring country instead of doing any kind of introspection within Pakistan. So I think the caste question is very important, because the story of poor Christian sweepers has been carrying a caste baggage, and this very caste, the Chura caste, is known for dirty work. And this is I'll be sharing, the findings of my PhD thesis, one dimension of it. Whereas caste is very much pervasive in our area, Dr. Iram has also highlighted, you can connect the question of caste with inheritance. Caste, it affects our political patterns, it determines our behavior, it has a lot of influence over our transactional relationships. So caste is very much pervasive, but somehow the other, there's an official discourse of Pakistani state that says that we espouse egalitarian values, and there we don't have any discrimination. We don't face any discrimination on the basis of caste. So I think that's why, but there have been many scholars, although this question is not very much investigated, but then Pakistani scholars have been able to throw some light, like Haris Guzdar, and there are many other who say that yes, discriminatory practices are very much prevalent, because I will be sharing the story of people of lower Chura caste. So I'll be, sharing their stories and try to connect it with the academic literature we have been, some scholars have investigated. So marginalized groups practices such as utensils are separated because you are Christian, you are poor, you belong to a certain, lower caste. So there are, if you go to any area, mobility is problematic. And why there is, when these outcast groups like Chura caste, if we need to look into the historicity, the historical trajectory of the subcontinent, that why if you go to any, public sector, private sector, like I have investigated a few offices of Lahore Waste Management, WASA, WAPDA, and other public offices and schools. And I came to know that more than 90% of janitors, sweepers belong to this specific religion. Now we say religion, but then it has a whole intersection of caste and religion. So there is, when you see a demography, that why there is an exclusive demography, so you keep on raising certain question. But at the same time, this task is very undesirable. Unfortunately, in the whole society, we don't attach dignity to labor. नौकरी हम कहते हैं बहुत अच्छी, हम जल्दी घर आ जाते हैं because there is very less work. Whereas if this kind of naukri, we say, oh, this is derogated, this is devalued, this is degraded occupation, and this very important, this very specific caste is known for this kind of work. And just to add some spice to this story, I'll be telling you if you watch Maula Jat, the older Maula Jat, in which Nuri Nath categorically saying while taunting the Maula Jat कि भाई मैं तो ये पैसे रखे हैं लाश को हाथ लगाने के लिए for चूड़ा. So it means certain task, touching the dead people, incurring lot of pollution, touching the dead animal skins, touching the filth, or so these specific tasks have been invariably done by by people from this lower caste. And then if you look into the historical trajectory, you will come across that I'm not using this, so you will come across that in the 20th century or in the later 19th and earlier 20th century, this specific people of lower caste, they have gone through en masse religious conversions, because there is a colonial legacy. Because yes, Christians, if you look into, some Christians are inheritors of British imperial power structures. You go to convent, you go to cathedral, you go to big colleges, schools, there are in imperial power structures. Yet at the same time, a substantial majority is very much involved in this kind of menial labor. So we need to, I tried to investigate, and I came, if you look into the other Christians in Pakistan are somehow they're very small minority. And if we are sitting in Lahore, and Lahore has 6% population, so if you look, Christians are very much concentrated in Punjab, whereas Hindus are in Sindh. So so you can see that area. So, and then they are living in ghettoized condition. They are not immigrants. That is another thing. You go to western area, you see many immigrants are living in ghettos, but here in Pakistan they are very much indigenous. Look at the skin color, and but somehow the other, why they are living in these ghettos, and they are being secluded, and they are having their own life, super settlements, super communities. So they are suffering not only from economic marginality, social marginality, spatial marginality within their own, and it has multiple implications. One can investigate multiple, while you were telling about the sociology of family, so that's another added layer of marginalization. And these chudas were ranked among the lowest untouchable in caste system. The overwhelming majority of Christians come from the most downtrodden poor chuda caste. And I have already said from 1870 to 1920, they have gone through en masse religious conversions by Western missionaries, Western missionaries, that we will go to these poor people and we will try to civilize them, and which they did. So they did or not, that's very contestable. So today, but till today, from that, later 18th century, from 19th century till today, majority, you see, Christians are concentrated in this occupation. As of 2018, while I was working, investigating the conditions of sweepers working with Lahore Waste Management Company, and more than, they said all our sweepers belong to Christian community. So this is what I came to know. Then this implication of caste-based Chuda identity lurks strong throughout their lived careers, throughout their lived realities, so that, economic mobility is strong. Okay, you get good jobs, your children, our communities in transition. There are some families who are in experiencing Western, have gone through Pakistan, have left the country. So somehow the other, you see that yes, some community is in transition, but economic transition is easier, then it's very difficult to run away from the caste baggage. It keeps haunting them again and again. This is what I've come to know, and it's, the pernicious effects, damages self-esteem, self-worth, dignity. And I've also observed the name-changing phenomena. They have adopted some Christian British names to get rid of all kinds of caste pains. Then broom becomes a sign of shame, sustenance, stigma. They are devoid of any kind of dignity. There's a social stigma. There are social cliches like chure ki khaslas, chure they are rang, chure the akar. So these things, and this very caste intersects with occupation, because if that occupation is considered, like we have seen many public, job advertisements given by public and private organizations that specifically mentions that only non-Muslims are encouraged to apply for the position of sweepers. So this kind of, there is somehow the other subtle policy of the state as well, that if you give certain kind of advertisement where you are giving preference, so it is not at all a kind of, positive discrimination. This is more rather you are institutionalizing it. As we look into the history of subcontinent, we know caste has been a strong instrument of governmentality, and now it is still very much pervasive. So, and then how it intersects the labor condition. This very occupation is work is considered devalued. So this work is often leased out to private contractor. So if we look into the neoliberal economic policies, that how these private contractors, they want, efficient work, and then again this job, like government has leased out to Lahore Waste Management, they have leased out to Turkish companies, they have further leased out to, so multiple outsourcing proved very disadvantaged to the sweepers, because till today, we are in 21st century, but till today modern technologies have not been adopted to ease their labor. So they are still, gatron mein utar rahe hain, they are still doing it with, jhadu, and then facing a lot of problems such as respiratory problems, because all the time they are touching the filth, and they're not observing. There haven't been any kind of protective measures initiated by the organizations. So that's another area which I saw, this waste management companies, how they are further, instead of easing the work of lower hierarchy workers, they are further adding problems to their work. Then I see caste. I'm left with 5 minutes, so I'll just try to round it up. Caste has been is an unused political agency. If you look into what Bell Hooks said, that these sites of deprivations can also turn into site of resistance. This is what she said. But for as I situate the lived realities of Christian sweepers, I said for them it is still a site of deprivation, because caste has not been used as an agency for political mobilization. When you talk about minorities in Pakistan, they are, both nationally and internationally, they are framed from a religious persecution lens. So that's, again, I'm not denying it, that there are problems emanating from minority religion status, but then there are, there's an intersection, and this caste has to come, has to look into gain a center stage as well. Whereas if you look into India, we say the politics of Dalits, how it has been amplified by their low caste identity. They have been able to access places such as parliament. They have been able to access reserved seats in education, but still in Pakistan, the struggle is on, and I don't know. But on the other side, when I did a little introspection of Christian community, because in each community you will find you will find leaders, influentials, and politicians, but they themselves don't want to bring this caste problem. They want to conceal and camouflage. They say that if you are talking about Chura identity, you are bringing the wounded experiences on the table. You are further reinforcing this stigma. But then if you look into what Judith Butler said, that you cannot, if you keep on de-narrativization the problems, it will not resolve. It will keep haunting back. And this I see in the manifestation of name-changing phenomena experienced by the community itself. So that denial and disconnect by the leaders of the specific community itself entail a lot of problems which I see. So here I'll stop. Thank you very much. I enjoyed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ira. And I know I can see that there are a lot of questions coming your way. Go ahead, Lutfullah.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. My question is that, is there any particular caste amongst the Christians who are predominant in the sanitary workers?
This is what I'm saying, that, you know, when you look into caste, there is you don't find homogeneity of caste. You know, you will find many clan, the names, the Gotras, the Gil, Khokar, Bhatti, and other names, and then they have their own caste and patterns, because it has a fluid boundary. So you cannot see that there's a dominant, but they themselves don't own that they are, you know, that very term chura has inscribed with negativity over the period of time. It is equivalent to, when you say chura, it is equivalent to as if you're abusing someone. So,
ma'am, one small question, please. What is the colonial facet of these Christian communities being perpetually marginalized in this region?
What is the colonial
facet? Yes.
Facet of this is what I said. If you look into historicity, so they have been, you know, how this very low caste untouchables, they have been, they had gone through religious conversions by the Western missionaries, and yes, some had gained a lot of some had gained benefits from this religious conversion economically, and, you know, they went to good universities, good schools, but the problem still lies there, because then there is another, you know, at the time of 1947, we have, you know, many Christians, they sided with Pakistan, and they said that we would not be facing the problems of low caste as you look into the Indian society, which is very much stratified by caste and all that. But here, their reality, what they thought, I think, is still in a conundrum.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your findings are immensely interesting. I wanted to ask, when we are talking about a concentration of Christians in these positions, such as sanitary workers, and the government essentially discreetly attributing this role to them, I wanted to ask, when you were researching this, did you note any kind of social mobility for these people when we're talking about sanitary workers, like to supervisor positions or positions higher than just sanitary workers, or did you not?
Yes, this is what, you know, there is a very traditional term for a supervisor within the super community, that is daroga. So mostly darogas are, they come from the Muslim community, because it is somehow the other supervising in senior positions, and in government departments, when they have raised some salaries for sanitary workers, and many Muslims have also, you know, applied, but during my field work, I came to know that Muslims don't want to clean or touch the broom, because they say that we have to, you know, offer prayers 5 times a day. So we become plead. So they again leased it out to some poor Christian on pittance. They are paid in pittance. And this is another problem of informality of sanitation workers. You know, the informal service which they, the supervisor or those who are sitting at the helm of affairs, they look the other way.
Some questions on that. You can come forward and use the mic instead of asking from there. You can come forward and use the mics. Yeah, please come forward and use the mic.
Let me figure out how this works. Okay, it's working, I think. I was very excited for your part, so just came rushing to hear you. But one thing I wanted to ask was that how do you think that the Indian society is comparable to the Pakistani framework when it comes to the social mobility of these groups? Because when we're looking at the Indian society, the way that their society is organized around religion is very, very different from how it is in Pakistan. The concept of how sacred religion is, it's very different for the predominant Hindu groups than it is for Muslim groups. So how do you think that intersects with mobility in both societies?
Again, it's very difficult to comment. When you look into any society, it is not homogeneous in nature. So my take was on the question of caste, that they have, the caste has been mobilized into political mobilization, has been translated into political agency. Whereas in Pakistan, when I look caste from the people who are at the margins, they have not been able to utilizing their caste agency. Rather, they are concealing and camouflaging it. They say that it will bring another kind of shame if we are talking about, Chura, and if we are talking about our own history. So it will further strengthening stereotypes. So that's what to say, that a parallel which I draw when I look into Pakistan and Indian society.
Thank you so much.
Ira, I was wondering, can you comment a little bit about the laws? Because we hear a lot about, I know the Marriage Act, and but related to, are there any laws? Are there any bills that have been cancelled in the past? Because you must have done it in your, please just shed some light on that.
Exactly, that's another area to look at. There are, when it comes to religious minorities, we do have personal laws in the that says that they can be used in terms for their divorce, for their marriages, for inheritance, child custodies. But then this is a very problematic area, and it demands a lot of research, because we do have Christian personal laws, marriage and divorce, and they are centuries old. Like Christian divorce law is 1869, which is very much problematic. It says that in order for a dissolution of marriage, you have to substantiate adultery. And that is, how can you substantiate adultery in the court of law to dissolve any marriage? So that, again, it adds another layer of problem to Christian women or Christian couples. Although recently Lahore High Court did provide us a remedy, that there was another thing, because during Ziaul Haq time, Zia although ran a Islamic campaign, but he also wanted to Christianize us more. So we did have the little one section in Christian divorce law that said that yes, Christian marriages can be divorced on the basis of irretrievable breakdown of marriage, but that section was conveniently removed by Ziaul Haq. So obviously with the help of some Christian Orthodox, because you will always find, orthodoxy in every religion. So this area is very problematic, because, how can you substantiate adultery in the court of law? And mostly decisions are taken in an ex parte manner, because
My question was also related to minimum wage laws. I'm sorry, it wasn't clear. But does that there are minimum wage laws, but are they separate for this Christian community? Do they need to be? Can you comment on that?
Exactly, this is what, sorry, given the time constraint, I couldn't dwell more on it. That there is, when you say the intersection of caste and the labor, so we do have some very flowery, good labor laws, but we all know that they are not at all implemented. And this informal sweepers, that this is our kachi naukri, this is our pakki naukri, because traditionally it used to be a pakki naukri, but over the period of time it has been taken away from the public sector. It has been leased to private sectors, like Lahore Waste Management Company gave it to Turkish companies, and then these private contractors, they conveniently avoid all kind of labor implementation, and they prefer hiring people on ad hoc basis. During my research, I came to know that these sweepers, because we play on ignorance, so this company also played on their ignorance, and they were made to sign 89 days contract after every 3 months, because by law, lawyers are sitting here, that if you hire someone for more than 90 days, so it is mandatory, the person can go to the labor courts. But what is happening in the labor courts? So these people, why are you going again and again and signing because they are illiterate, and they are made to, because these private, what to say, predators, they know how to, not to bring any kind of wrath from government's department, not to invite. So this is very problematic.
Thank you. And I think you're going to be working on that. So we're looking forward to hearing about it next year. If there are no more questions, should we move on? I keep seeing hands, but yeah, okay. Our next speaker for this session, and then we'll be closing the session. Dr. Addleton will be joining us for the shield distribution. So I'll request the guests to still stay with us, the speakers, please. Is our very own Ms. Sharmeen Bano. She's a Fulbright scholar, one of our greatest prides at FC College. She has 6 years of experience working for the Punjab University as well. She's very dear to me because we started our MPhil together. She's a role model really for her work-life balance. She's got 2 young boys, and yet she manages to do so much and support us at the department. She's the conference secretary today as well, but we forced her that she must share her research because she's one of the few scholars who's working on the third gender. Currently now we're lucky enough to have her as a lecturer in the sociology department. As a Fulbright scholar, she completed her MS sociology from the New School. She is now teaching and has research supervision experience for more than 6 years. And she's been working on the transgender community for the last 3 years, which the topic which she'll be sharing with us today. Thank you, Sharmeen.
Thank you, Dr. Sara, for a very generous introduction. So I'm going to be speaking on something that's part of my larger research. And so the title of my presentation today is Geography of Police Repression and Regulation of Street-Based Khajasa Sex Workers in Lahore. So in Pakistan, sex workers operate in the context of criminalization of sex work. And in this paper, I'm going to argue that spatial politics is integral to state-mandated regulation of sex workers in Pakistan. And I'm going to explore this by looking at police repression of transgender sex workers in Lahore. So sex work is criminalized in many parts of the world, including USA, in parts of Africa, in Europe, in South Asia, and everywhere where it is criminalized, police violence has been recognized as a key concern among sex workers, especially those who solicit clients in public spaces, so street-based sex workers. And police violence takes many forms. It includes sexual exploitation and abuse, blackmailing, extortion of money, moral policing, shaming, and public humiliation, and severe physical violence. And transgender sex workers are especially those working on the streets, are more susceptible to routine violence by police. There's also substantial empirical evidence that police violence tends to expose sex workers to client violence, increased risks of sexually transmitted infections, especially HIV, disconnect them from informal networks, and pushes their operation into unsafe spaces. So I want to speak a little bit about the context in Pakistan. So Pakistan is an Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and sex work in Pakistan is considered an administrative offense. We have the Suppression of Prostitution Ordinance of 1961. In addition to that, it's also considered morally and physically polluted, considering our religious, conservative, and socio-cultural context. And yet sex work is prevalent in Pakistan. So for example, in 2010, 3 million clients received sexual services in over 60 million sexual transactions in the country. And multiple groups of people engage in provision of sexual services in Pakistan. These include female sex workers, male sex workers, and transgender sex workers, also known as Khajasa sex workers in Pakistan. And sex workers in Pakistan routinely experience police violence. For instance, in a study with 280 sex workers in Lahore, 65% mentioned concerns for police violence and financial exploitation. In a study with 50 Khaja Saras, They highlighted that selective implementation of law, hyper-surveillance, and moral policing are key tools of police violence. And the fear of police violence discourages sex workers from carrying and using condoms in sexual transactions with their clients. So it's not just an issue that is restricted or constrained to sexual communities, but is also a public health issue in Pakistan. So I placed my study at the intersection of urban geography and social science research, which looks at urban spaces as primarily heterosexual, that are institutionally produced through exploitation, structural exploitation, exclusion, surveillance, and marginalization of sexual minorities and sexual deviants. For this presentation, I'm going to be focusing on two research questions. So what are the street level strategies employed by police officers in their everyday interactions with Khajasra sex workers in Lahore? And how do Khajasra sex workers' everyday interactions with the police shape their experiences and perceptions of urban space? So the findings of this study come from a study that I conducted in 2017 and 2018, where I conducted in-depth interviews with 35 street-based Khajasra sex workers in Lahore. The study sites included Chaburji, Hira Mandi, Defense Housing Authority, and Johar Town. And the data was analyzed using a thematic analysis. So I just want to focus on two important information from this table. So 51% of the respondents of the study had a history of police arrest in the past 12 months. And 62% of them had experienced some form of police violence in the past 12 months. So the findings of this study suggest that that territorialization of urban space is a key strategy that is used by police in regulating Khajasra sex workers, all kinds of sex workers, but specifically Khajasra sex workers in Lahore. And there are three important strategies that emerged through analysis of my data. So one, the police co-opt indigenous geographies of local Khajasras. That's something that I'm going to talk about in a bit. They create boundaries between urban centers and urban peripheries, and they maintain and protect those boundaries. And they contain Khajasra sex workers within urban peripheries. And not just Khajasra sex workers, but also their lives, their relationships, and their work. And that has specific implications for not only Khajasra sex workers, but also for the larger Khajasra community. So it disconnects the Khajasra sex worker from urban centers, from key social ties, from socioeconomic resources. It increases their engagement with precarious and traditional forms of Khajasra livelihoods, which include singing, begging, dancing, and engaging in sex work. And they end up producing difference in marginality, right? So first, I want to speak about how police police agents co-opt the indigenous geography of Khajasra communities. So Khajasra communities have specific indigenous. Khajasra communities have a specific indigenous geography through which they operate in cities. So for example, in Lahore, the city is divided into different operational units, and each unit is under the jurisdiction of a specific guru, which is the traditional Khajasra leader. And generally, a Khajasra guru will issue an identity card, a local identity card, to their chelas, who are their disciples or their students. And the students can only, and the chelas can only operate within these geographical zones in the city. So they cannot go and earn livelihood into a different mohalla. And so this is how local Khajasras control, create their own alternative geographies. And these mohallas are strictly regimented and internally regulated. And violation of these geographical boundaries can invoke communal sanctions. So for example, the guru can impose a fine on their own chelas. They can abandon their chelas, which is something considered a social suicide. Or they can be exposed to communal violence, right? So the police co-opts the indigenous geographies in three ways. The police agents often rely on these geographies to monitor and regulate the movement of Khajistras within the city. They use this knowledge to generate tensions and create fractures within the larger Khajistar community. And I will share certain examples. And they often, in many cases, they prioritize the ID card given by the Khajistar leader over the national identity card. And that's a strategy in which the police officers strip these Khajistar sex workers of their citizenship identities and the associated rights that come with them. So I'll share a few examples from my data. So the local police officers understand that we have our own areas, mohallas, and they recognize that we are begging elsewhere. They will stop us from traveling to other parts of the city by saying it's not your guru's area. They do this to show us that they know everything about us and that we should fulfill their demands. Another 35-year-old said, the police informed the guru of that area that we were begging there. We were just there to meet a friend. Her Khajasras came and we had a fight. Right? So creating these violence within the community. Once it was a Khajasra's birthday and I was going to her party, I had worn a new dress. It was far from my house and I took a rickshaw. On my way, a policeman at the checkpost asked the rickshaw driver to take me back because I did not have the ID card of that guru's area. I said, take my national identity card, but he refused. So we see the strategy in which police officers sort of co-opt the indigenous geographies and use them against the Khajastar sex workers. The second strategy that emerged in my data was hotspot policing and urban fencing, and this is something that we see in being applied by police officers in urban centers, especially areas that are affluent. For example, a lot of gated communities like Bahria Town or Defense Housing Authority or parts of Johor Town, for example. And so if you look at the Khajastar geography, the Khajastar leaders control their chelas within their mohallas, but a lot of street-based Khajastar sex workers can evade this geography because traffic signals and commercial urban centers don't come under the jurisdiction of the gurus. And this is where, when they escape the surveillance and monitoring of the gurus, this is where the hotspot policing of police agents come in. So, so here, Khajasras talked about how the police became hostile towards Khajasra's presence within these urban centers. So we're talking about commercial centers in DHA and commercial centers in Johor Town and these bazaars where they come and solicit clients. And the primary purpose of police agents is to remove these people from these urban centers. And this is because they're considered a moral threat, and they're considered as diseased, and they're considered as threatening. An interesting thing that emerged in the literature was that a lot of Khajasars talked about multiplication of securitization. So in affluent areas, they were not only dealing with one kind of police, it was multiple forms of security agents. So they were dealing with Punjab police, they were dealing with Dolphin police, they were also dealing with DHA security guards, and they were also dealing with independent security guards. So you see these, and the strategies these police agents used were creating unnecessary interruptions in the work. So for example, if they're negotiating with a client, the police officer would start, will come and ask, what are you doing here? Or, how do you feel? Just having like a normal conversation, but to sort of break that process and create unnecessary interruptions. Or they would forcefully displace these sex workers to inconvenient locations. And in doing all of that, they would not provide protection to these sex workers from client violence. So they create these spaces as unappealing for for transactional business. So I'll share a couple of examples from my research. So for example, they tell me, are you here to spread sickness among people? Or they will say, you're not allowed here. Do they tell this to the residents of DHA as well? After all, they sleep with us. But how can we fight the police? Here in DHA, we have to deal with the police, the DHA security, and the Dolphin police. We have to deal with all of them and also find clients. It's very difficult. They put us all in the police vans and dropped us in the middle of nowhere. I told them at least drop us off someplace where we're safe so we can find a rickshaw. But they're only interested in getting rid of us. So in doing so, they're creating more unsafe and risky situations for a lot of these charges that I don't address in this presentation, but elsewhere in my research. One time a man got very aggressive over payment issues. The police came and took us both to the station instead of protecting me. My guru had to come and I was let go after she made a payment to the officer. Right? So this idea that it will create these multiple dependencies with the gurus instead of empowering or protecting these Khajasra sex workers. And in doing so, they also produce these spaces as unappealing business spaces for these. The third strategy that emerged, and I think all of these are interlinked in creating geographies of sex work or the shaping the landscape of sex work in Lahore, is that many of the Khajasras believe that police acts or creates situations in which urban peripheries are created and Khajasra sex workers are contained, their work is contained within these urban geographies. And there are important roles were identified. So the police guard the boundaries between urban centers and urban peripheries and focus on containing sex work in urban peripheries. So, for example, if I ask people sitting here, how many of you have seen transgender people walking around on streets or roads in DHA? The only time you have seen them, it's on the Bhatta Chowk where, the DHA is, or on the packages mall wala signal, right? Just before you enter DHA. So this creating these urban peripheries and these boundaries that seem invisible but are very real for these Khajasra sex workers. And it's not just for the sex workers, it has implications for the larger Khajasra community because then, all of the Khajasras end up not accessing these spaces. And within these urban peripheries, police agents have specific attitudes and strategies with Khajasra sex workers. They adopt relatively tolerant attitudes with respect to implementation of laws and public presence of sex workers. So it's contrary to what's happening in the urban peripheries. But that also means that Khajasra workers cannot rely on these police officers for protection because they're not taking the law seriously. And so what these Khajasras, what police emerges as for these Khajasra sex workers is unreliable allies, where most of these Khajasra sex workers have to invest intensively, emotionally, financially, and socially to create and maintain and sustain these alliances. Despite this investment, there's another strategy that continues happening within these urban peripheries. And that's the strategy of routine and arbitrary episodes of violence committed by the police. So for example, there will be, and I'll share some examples, will be, routine and arbitrary incarceration, right? Where they'll be taken to jails for no reason and just randomly, right? So, and that creates, you're not only limiting sex work within urban peripheries, but you're also creating dependencies on Khajasra gurus and on Khajasra and on police officers, and producing a specific kind of marginalization. So I'll very quickly share these examples. I work 10 steps away from the gate of the society, but the guards never let me cross this gate, especially in the daytime. Once, and I haven't talked about the time, but a lot of Khajasras who access urban peripheries access it at night or on weekends, right? Once I got angry and the security guards threatened to call the police, guards and police officers are together against us. I feel there's an invisible boundary that cannot be crossed. I have good relations with the police in my area. It has taken me many years to gain their trust. They don't interfere much in my work, and that is the most we expect from them. The police came to our house at night and started banging at our door. We were so scared. We told them we were doing nothing wrong, but they came in and took two of us to the police station and kept us in the jail for the whole night. And I don't talk about the implications of all of these strategies because of the limitation of time. But one implication is that most of the Khajastra sex workers stay in sex work because they have debts, and those debts they owe those debts to the Khajastra gurus, who end up going to the police officers, paying for the bail, and that is something they have to pay through, by remaining with the Khajastra. And there's a whole process of financial transaction that you have to go through with the guru if you want to change your guru. And a lot of gurus are exploitative, act as pimps for their. So just to conclude, there are certain learnings, there are interventions that have happened for empowerment of sex workers and for empowerment of Khajastas around the world. We have examples from Africa, and we have examples from India. So I think in Pakistan, we need structural interventions targeting police and Khajastas sex workers in Pakistan, especially those that focus on stigma reduction, sensitization, and financial empowerment of Khajastas. So in India, for example, they had an intervention where they had joint workshops for police officers and for Khajastas. And that created sensitization of. We also need police reforms in Pakistan. I think collective empowerment of Khajastra community is important, especially financial empowerment of Khajastra. Formation of sex worker collectives and peer group support have proven to be successful in increasing community solidarity, reducing experience of police violence, decreasing susceptibility to HIV, and increasing their overall empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sharmeen. Are there any questions, please? Okay, we've got a student question.
So you were talking about the relation between gurus and Khajastra communities, and you've talked about debt and the creation of invisible boundaries. So it does seem as if there is a very clear hierarchy and this exploitative relationship between the gurus and the Khajastra then, right? Because if they're being arrested by the police and the gurus are the only people who negotiate with the police for their release, they're put into further debt thus, right? So when we were talking about like reforming the treatment in the police's reforms, does that not also mean perhaps deconstructing the structure of like gurus with Khajastras as well? I'm a bit confused in that.
I think that's a very interesting question, and I haven't, this is something that's a concern that has emerged about whether we need to destructure this indigenous system that works in the Khajastra community. But it's a system that also protects them. So it's very difficult to say that whether we can destructure it, and because it's something that has evolved over years and years of time. And this is the only support network that is available to many Khajastas in Pakistan also. So I think the more fruitful entry into this is to, sensitize police so that we can sort of control the damage. And if a lot of times it seems that it's happening strategically, but it also is something that's individually happening because a lot of police officers have personal biases and stereotypes, and they stigmatize these people, and it's a gender form of violence. So sensitization workshops.
I'm asking this because it also seems as if there's a monopoly here then of support systems, right? Because we say that there's one support system that's helping them. So alongside police sensitization, there would also need to be this construction of more support systems for them rather than just depending on a guru. Because as we could say that they are good gurus, which I'm sure there are many, but there are extremely exploitative ones as well then. So then the creation of support systems for Khajastra would also be essential to just diversify the support system.
Right. So this is why peer support group is so important.
Right. Yeah.
So it's where, Khajastras can create their own groups. And this is why financial empowerment is so important. And there have been interventions in India, for example, where they've, they have programs where sensitization, financial empowerment, and all of those things have worked together in tandem so to produce. So I think it's important to talk about it. This is why I think citizenship is important for a lot of Khajasaras, right? Um, and it's also interesting that we think about citizenship in Pakistan because many Khajasaras in Pakistan will be using the gurus on their ID cards because they don't have paternal names from the fathers. So these are things that we need to think about when we're thinking about citizenship and debates and the consequences. And it's important that the voices come from the community.
Thank you, Sharmeen. I just need one clarification. Who designate guru? If there is any central agency at city level or country level, and what is the involvement of the government in the designation of guru?
So Khajasaras are local communities that are vulnerable and marginalized, and these are communities of individuals who sexual minorities who don't identify as men or women. And because of vulnerability, they have created their own indigenous communities, and gurus emerge organically from within these communities as a result of age, as a result of experience, as a result of they accumulate status over time, and they accumulate chelas over time, discipleship, and that's something that organically emerges. So there's no role of the state as of now. But then if we have national identity card, then we might have in future.
Ma'am, there's a thing. I read somewhere in this article that under the Criminal Tribal Act of 1871, which Dr. Aman also mentioned, that the colonial masters, they declared Khwaja Siraz as habitually criminal. And you mentioned about the police behavior with these Khwaja Siraz, that even though despite of having a national identity card, they were refused to go to certain place. So do you still find any parallel between the legal aspect of then and now in Pakistan?
So the Criminal Tribes Act came because the one objective of that law was to control anti-vagrancy, right? They were the state was suspicious of people who were moving and groups of populations that were mobile. So as Dr. Aman talked about, and Khajasaras is a community that is also mobile, is marginalized, and then it is also a gender minority group. You cannot fit them into that category of men and women, which was the Victorian policy in that time. And those laws have persisted, but the laws have changed in Pakistan. In 2011, when there was the third gender recognition happened in Pakistan, and now we have the transgender bill. So the Pakistani state has come a long way in terms of how we see transgender population.
So can we say that the idea of habitually criminalization is internalized among the society in Pakistan?
Right. So if you look at the way police acts with Khajasara sex workers, they're not invoking these laws. They're using other means. They will say, for example, you're not. So, for example, a lot of them invoke anti-beggary laws instead of prostitution laws because it has it's more it requires a lot of other evidence and things that's also a nuisance for the police. So it's easier to use anti-beggary laws, take them into the detention center for a few days or a few hours, and then that does the job. Right? So it's not about specific laws, but how you use those laws to create a geography or a landscape where they're marginalized and they can't access Lahore as a lot of people, access it and take it for granted.
Right. Thank you.
Right. If there are any more questions from the senior faculty or the guests, I want to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Addleton. We're so honored to have you here. I know about your busy schedule and thank you so much. I'm going to just going to take a minute to thank all the speakers from the first two panels and just summarize a little bit for our students because we're here today for all of you to inspire you to sponsor local research. a little bit of a reminder is that, and this is just for Dr. Addleton as well, because he's just joined us, that this term marginalization emerged from the US social revolution, you must be knowing already. And the discussants really, compelled everyone to think that, well, local marginalized populations vary. And so every country needs to have its own conference, its own researchers to share the realities of what's happening. And I think the theme today for the first two panels that has emerged has been twofold. Number one, that most of this marginalization also happens from the family, which we rarely think about. We move straight away to the legal sector, the political system, the education system, the healthcare, but we rarely think of the family. And so thank you to all the speakers for that. And the second thing that has emerged is that what we don't recognize is that we're all going to suffer from marginalization in one way or the other. Either the life course is going to force us into a situation through disability. For example, and another example is that somebody who's empowered in their family, when they go and try to seek access from the criminal justice system, they'll be marginalized. So it's something that if marginalization, the definition of marginalization initially was restricted to people and individuals, but then it moved to cultures and groups and organizations and structures. And so we see that the more marginalization there is in a society or a nation or a community, no matter who the privileged groups are, eventually they will suffer as well. And now I'd like to request Dr. Addleton to please say something. Share. We won't call it the closing comments, but the closing comments for the first two panels. We have one online panel to go, and also then we'll invite you for the shield distribution. Thank you, Dr. Addleton.
No, thank you very much. I guess I will be kind of brief, but I really appreciate the fact that this event is being held. This is definitely one of the topics that I'm in learning mode myself on, and I've learned a lot just from the part that I was able to. Of course, it makes me disappointed I wasn't here all day. This is one of those days I'd love to just sort of, disappear from my office and listen, because I think these topics are fascinating. I guess there's a few things I did want to say. One is certainly praise for the sociology department. Thank you. I guess this is the fourth conference, so there's been other events like this as well. But to dig into these themes, to dig deeply into them, is wonderful. And I think that our sociology department, I may say, of course, proud of all of our departments, but our sociology department has been the pioneer in a lot of interesting work, both collectively and individually. When I look at some of the papers and some of the books that have been written, and again, just immense pride, I guess I should say, but also I think looking into areas that can really have impact in terms of people's understanding. Praise for the presenters as well. Obviously looking down the list from LUMS, from University of Punjab, from Kinnair College, from University of Home Economics, from the University of Management Technology, and from Forman as well. I love when Forman, or frankly any university in town, becomes the forum for discussions like this. I think that the size of Pakistan, the complexity of Pakistan, the fact that higher education is so important to Pakistan. Really, when I look at the higher education sector, I don't feel any kind of sense of competitiveness or whatever. I feel like we're all in this together, and we're working together for Pakistan at the higher education level. So again, an occasion like this that brings in people, presenters from different places, and it's just, for me, a very positive contribution that we Forman, but also higher education in Pakistan is making right now. I also have the praise for the participants, both faculty and students. I don't know how many students are here, but I think this is a great thing to have something like this that you can listen to. And I think, as you mentioned, some of this might be inspiring in terms of future topics. I think sometimes we gravitate toward things that we know. Sometimes we go beyond that. But I think even most of us, I think no matter what society we live in, and you mentioned some of the comparative approaches, we do, as we become aware of the world around us, become aware of marginalized people. And we can become aware in different kinds of ways. We may have different reactions or whatever, but you almost can't be a thinking person on this planet and not look around and see some of these things that have been the topics for today. I think also this is an example of what universities are supposed to do in terms of multiple voices, multiple perspectives, and sometimes hard topics. I think on some of these topics, sometimes they're marginalized means you kind of like to brush into the corner and not think about them or talk about them. But I think in a very constructive kind of way. I think the themes covered different kinds of marginalization in all kinds of ways. I think that gives a breadth to the discussion. I have in my notes here the fact, and I guess I picked it up on this one, but I think in terms of the whole themes that are covered, from my perspective, there's a reflection of a kind of empathy and compassion, which I think, academics, sometimes maybe they're accused of being too distant or too sterile or, whatever. But I think that there's a real sense of compassion and empathy, which I think all of us feel, perhaps as people, as individuals first and foremost, but also in our academic roles, we can bring that to our research, and I think that's been here. I'm also looking at the schedule of the ones here and the ones to come as being perhaps surprisingly relevant. Marginalization, on the one hand, you think of being at the periphery, but on the other hand, understanding that marginalization, understanding that periphery is extremely relevant to all the societies. And again, I like the global aspect, that you evoke some examples from India, some examples from the United States, some examples from all over the world. I think this is another area that you mentioned that marginalization occurs in every society, and a community that may be marginalized in one place may be dominant somewhere else. But it's like, humanity is in all this together, and they need to understand that and work through it in that fashion. And some of the problems, of course, I don't know if I should use the word problem. Some of the issues are certainly relevant and present in very different societies, but I think we still learn a lot from being able to do it. I guess maybe the last thing is, I think that, and I maybe referred to this as well, but I think that, universities, they're a place where you have multiple perspectives, multiple voices, and multiple people, talking about these things. And sometimes that is hard discussions, sort of hard issues, if you will, sometimes issues that never can be resolved. But I think that just understanding them, it takes you to a better place. And from that understanding, I think you can move in a good direction. So again, there's kind of an apology, because I would have loved to have listened to all of these. I mean, I think the topics are fascinating. Maybe I'll sit and listen to some of them. Is there a Zoom audience on this, or? Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, no, I like that sharing things as well. But again, let me just end in kind of the way that I started, which is a very strong note of appreciation for everybody that's here. I mean, what a great number of people, and for the presenters and the people that have been listening. And I think the discussion as well, I got a flavor for that at the end. But I thought, the discussion part is an important part of this as well. So again, many thanks. I'm very appreciative of everybody here. And I'm also very appreciative that FCCU can become the venue for discussion and presentations like this. And thank you for the
so
sociology
much.
department.
Thank you so much, Dr. Addleton. Thank you so much. I'd like to request Dr. Addleton to please present the shields to our presenters. Dr. Aman Jaffer and Dr. Farhan, both professors, one from LUMS and the other from University of Punjab, have had to leave.
Right.
So the first person that I'll invite, please, would be Dr. Rahat, if you can get her shield. And just to share with Dr. Addleton and everybody again, because people are coming in and out. Dr. Rahla, can you hear me? Yeah. She's a sociologist and an assistant professor at the Department of Sociology. She's also the director of National Center for Resettlement and Rehabilitation. She's working with the government and Punjab University very closely for marginalized populations, specifically informal workers and child protection, child labor. Thank you. भट्टी साहब आप भी खड़े हो जाइए क्योंकि मैं स्पीक कर रही हूँ. अथर साहब, भट्टी साहब, just go and. If you can get Dr. Masha. Our next, I'd like to invite Dr. Masha Asad Khan, please. She's the Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences at Kinnaird College. She's presented on mothers of special needs children. We had an amazing discussion. Thank you so much. She's also a professor. She's just been promoted to Professor of Clinical Psychology. Dr. Iram Rashid. I'd like to invite Dr. Iram Rashid. She's an associate professor of sociology at Home Economics, University of Home Economics. And she's also the director of the Women Development Center at Home Economics, working with the government for women rights activism and sensitization. I'd like to invite Dr. Fauzia Sadaf. She's just returned from doing her PhD from America, and she's now assistant professor at Punjab University. She presented on women who are in professional jobs but still facing marginalization. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Dr. Ira Andreas, we were very grateful to her for presenting. She's also our FCCU family member. She presented on Christian sweepers. She's an assistant professor at the political science department. Thank you, Dr. Ira. Dr. Shamaila Athar is yet to present, but we're taking advantage of Dr. Addleton here to give her her shield. She will be presenting on the Sikh community. And then our very own Ms. Sharmeen Bano. She just presented, and we were lucky that Dr. Addleton was able to hear. She presented on the transgender community. Senior faculty members, Dr. Farhan has presented on human trafficking. Somebody presented on the Christian community. If you move a step ahead, आगे पीछे होकर खड़े हो सकते हैं। You are leaving, Ira? Why are you all so shy? Executive Council, please come forward. Your senior members. Okay, settle down quickly. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes. You can join us.